There we go. Hopefully that should be better. Apologies about that, guys. It turns out that when you shut all of the doors in your house to try and improve the quality of your microphone, it also really messes with the quality of your internet. So hopefully that's the issue. We'll see. Streamlabs is telling me that I'm perpetually disconnected. I'm not sure if that's the case. You'll have to tell me. And also, please let me know if there's any sound quality issues or anything like that. I really appreciate any feedback with that sort of thing. It's just a test. Mega Man, are you hearing me loud and clear? Because for some reason Streamlabs is still telling me that the stream is disconnected. So if that's BS, I'd be very happy to hear that right now. You can or you can't hear me? I'm assuming you can hear me. Good, good. I'm very glad to hear that, because I was starting to get a little bit panicky. Hello to yourself, Michael. Very happy to have you here. This is the most scuffed setup I've ever run. I had 2 monitors lined up for this. One that I bought last week, and one that I've had for over a year. And got everything set up ready to go with my really expensive computer that I've just dumped a ton of money into. Only to find out that I don't have I have lots of HDMI cables, but the 2 monitors I've got, they've only got 1 HDMI port each, and this massive computer's only got 1 HDMI port too. So unless I get a splitter, I can't use my 2 monitors. So instead, I've got this scuffed setup whereby I've got my laptop next to me, and I'm going to bring up the stream chat on the laptop so that I can read what's going on in the chat at the same time. So pretty scuffed. Pretty scuffed. Let's just hope we get a decent connection this time. I'll give it a few minutes just to see if it steadies out, and if it does, we'll get into things. So yeah, it seems like things are going okay for now, at least, which I'm somewhat glad to hear. Let's have a look. Yeah, I know, it is an ouchie. It's a bit of a pain when you spend a lot of money on a device, only then to quickly figure out that you can't use your monitors with it and end up using the laptop again. I can't escape this laptop whatever I do. So let me just bring out the chat here. How are you guys doing anyway? Is everyone having a decent evening this Saturday? Or are some of you having a daytime? I think somebody before said that they were in the West Coast US, so presumably it's just lunchtime there. There we go. Pop that out. Pop out the chat. Pop it out. Maximize that. There we go. Things are getting a bit better. Mega Man says that if it makes you feel any better, I don't stream because I've only got 1 monitor that's probably older than WoW and do most of my recording on a television. Is that monitor basically a television, Mega Man? Are we looking at a sort of a CRT monitor style thing? Seraphim, I really appreciate that. I hope that the stream isn't as bad as I'm scared it's going to be. I live in a very rural part of the north of England, and our internet it's not bad. It's actually fairly good, but I'm just, I feel a bit like it's a superstition I've developed over the years that whatever can go wrong will go wrong when it comes to Vulgrin streams. So yeah, I'm just terrified that that things are gonna go bad. Yeah, that's interesting you say. Mega Man, you're in Alaska. Dude, that's awesome. Grizzly Man territory. I love it. Where are you at? You at Kodiak, or is it Anchorhead? Is that the name of the capital? Apologies. I'm literally on the opposite side of the earth, so... 9 AM. Well, I'm glad that you're waking up on a Saturday morning to this stream. It could always get worse, right? It could always get worse. Keep letting me know, guys, if the audio's decent, if the microphone level's bad. Hello, Mohammed. Yes, Skyrim music. I took a leaf out of Asmongold's book with that one. It's a real shame because I remember watching Twitch back in the day, like 2018, 2019, before they did the copyright ban stuff, when people would have like I remember Asmon used to start all of his videos with, what was it, Through Fire and Flames, every single stream, and it was just good. Like, there's nothing that can beat some good original music, but we can get around it by using the excellent soundtracks from our favourite video games, and I thought nothing better for some WoW than not WoW, Elder Scrolls instead, so... Just stopped by to tell you that Joe Flacco is elite. I've got no idea what that is. Hopefully I'm not going to get sued for saying something naughty, but whatever. Howdy, Cracked Fingers. Glad to see you here, my friend. I'm glad that people are stopping by. I think that we're about ready to get ourselves into some WoW. It seems like the stream's holding up. It's holding up kind of like the Titanic did for a few hours, but that's all we need. You're in Anchorage, that's it. Anchorhead, that's from Fallout. That's where I've got that from. Anchorage. Anchorage, Alaska. Good stuff. My knowledge of Alaska comes from watching Ice Road Truckers and watching Grizzly Man. So I don't really know what to tell you from that, Mega Man. Juneau is the capital. Oh, right. I thought is Anchorage just the biggest city then? Is that the correct? Learning a lot about geography today. Geography with the boys. That's what it's all about. There's going to be someone who thought that the stream was just that, like, 2 minutes of reconnecting, disconnecting that we had, so... SOD releases on my birthday, and I am, for the first time in years, I'm excited for every single version of WoW. Yeah, I was having a conversation with my friend Tim recently about the War Within and with the World Soul Saga, and I don't know whether or not I'm excited for it. I really don't, because a lot of the problems that I have with WoW have nothing to do with the game... They don't have so much to do with the game being a good version of itself. It's more that I just can't really get into the way modern MMOs play. Like, people talking about MMOs like they should be solo games, I understand why people want to play these games solo, especially if you don't have a lot of time, but for me, like, MMOs should be like EVE Online. I just got watching Frederick Knudson's Down the Rabbit Hole on EVE. I don't know if you guys have watched it. The dude talks for like 5.5 hours about EVE Online, and it's absolutely glorious. My hero, Big Fred. Shout out to Big Fred Knudson. Absolute legend. You've not been excited for expansion since Legion. Dude, I remember when Legion was coming out, back on my old channel, which people are already starting to find, the people who already have found my old channel from when I was like a kid. But on my old channel, I remember making a video where I was talking about my class choice for Legion, and I was going to play a Fire Mage. And this should help confirm some of the people who wonder what my old channel was. But like, I basically did an old school class video like you'd see in Vanilla, where like I basically videoed my character walking into Blackrock Mountain, and basically just started casting fire spells like Rain of Fire, well, not Rain of Fire, Flame Strike and stuff like that. And I was so hyped for Legion. And the pre-invasion event, oh, just crisp. I remember us all being there in Dalaran, waiting in that central portal room, everyone popping their toys. We had ogres, we had Arakoas, we had little skeletal pirates from the Timeless Isle. The Timeless Isle. Keep wanting to call it the Time Waste Isle, you know what I mean. Legion was the bomb. And I would say that the World Soul Saga does seem pretty good. Seems pretty sweet. Azuse Kakashi, I'm glad that you've come back after the very short and unsuccessful stream about 10 minutes ago, so thanks to come back. I was there, that stream was epic. That's it, if you were there, you were there. What can I say? If you weren't there, you weren't there. Mega Man, you should watch Grizzly Man. It's really kind of creepy. It's one of the most disturbing like documentary films I've ever seen, and Werner Herzog is a very good filmmaker, so yeah. Well, everyone's excited for the World Soul Saga. Everyone's excited for Season of Discovery. But let's take a moment to talk about the real excitement, boys and girls. For classic Cataclysm. Everyone throw your hands in the air. Can't wait to run heroic Blackrock Caverns. Oh, I'm being mean. I actually really loved Cataclysm. When it was out, I had so much fun. My most lasting memory of Cataclysm was doing a heroic Mount Run, Zulaman heroic run, and someone I was on a death knight and I was really bad at the game back then. And somebody in the group that we were with, it was like me, two of my guildmates, and then two pugs. And one of the pugs told me that my DPS was at Wrath levels. It was terrible. I think I was doing something like 16k or something like that. Maybe it was higher. I can't remember what was good or bad back then. But I'm pretty sure it was like, it was terrible. Fun fact, I used to have a tradition. I wouldn't switch out my mouse until a new WoW expansion came out. I haven't changed it out since Legion. That's it. Mega Man, you need to write in to Blizzard HQ if the World Soul Saga does well, and you need to basically send a photograph of your old mouse and be like, you know, friendship ended with old mouse. New mouse is my best friend. Thank you, Chris Medson. So, yeah. Right, okay guys, I think that it's about time. You know, we've gassed on. I've gassed on whilst we've been getting ready. I think it's about time for me to prove myself. You see, I made a video some time ago, okay, and I talked about hardcore WoW not being as fun. I basically touched on the fact that I was playing classic era and not hardcore, and there were some people there who had the gall. They had the gosh darn gall to accuse Vulgrim of not being able to level past level 8. That's what they said. They said that I can't level past level 8 in hardcore WoW. And I will have you know that beneath this, no enemy nameplates, no auto-loot enabled exterior, no instant quest dialogue exterior, there is a seasoned veteran of World of Warcraft, okay? I have led men into battle. I have led raiders into battle as a main tank in normal mode Highmaul. I know what I'm about, boys. So, what do you say? Shall we give it a whirl? I might even let you guys suggest what we play. I'm not even gonna specify what we need to play in hardcore. I'll let you guys have a bit of a, you know, a democratic decision. I'll see what the consensus of the chat is, right? Let's pause the Skyrim music, let's leave Skyrim behind, and let's take ourselves into Old Azeroth. Pausing the music. You ready for this? Boom. In we go. Changing realm. Hardcore. Okay? Hardcore. I'm going to leave it on the screen because obviously whether or not we go Horde or Alliance is going to depend which server we take. Stitches, you know, stitches for snitches, i.e. Alliance players. Nekrosh, Bish Bash Bosh for Horde players. So I'll give you guys a minute. Let me know if that transition works well, by the way. I'm assuming it has. Shaman. I used to call them Shaman all the time when I was a kid. Like, it's only recently that I've realised that most people say Shaman. And I don't know if that's like an American thing or whether... I mean, ultimately, like, the word shaman comes from, I don't know where. I think shaman comes from some sort of like Iranian language, like Persian or something like that, and we've just adopted it into English. But I'm pretty sure that over here, like shaman was the way that you said it. I used to call it a shaman all the time back in the day. Before someone was like, dude, don't you mean shaman? You know, it was like some sort of Californian guy I was talking to one day. He was like, dude, what's a shaman? What's a shaman, dude? Okay, don't you mean a shaman? What are you talking about? So yeah. Right, maybe a shaman or shaman. Maybe we'll play one of those. Kind of thinking possibly paladin though. What do you think about that idea? The Shaman are a 90s dance music group. Not sure about that one. We transitioned okay. Yeah, I think we have. It's from Tungus, which later became Russian. Right, okay. I see. And is that like a sort of a Siberian language then? So obviously I know that in Russia, in large areas of the different federations of Russia, they still have some shamanistic faiths among different tribes, like the Yakut and the is it the Yenisei as well, that sort of thing. But yeah. Mega Man here, still off talking about his mouse. Dude, didn't they do that, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla walla bing bang? Was that the Shaman? Cracked fingers. Can you enlighten me? I can't remember. I shouldn't know that. Let me change this to live chat. There we go. I'm going to go on Stitches for now. Hold, adventurer. Death is permanent. The realm you are selecting is a hardcore realm. If you choose to play on this realm, character death is permanent. Customer support will not restore fallen hardcore characters for any reason. Doesn't matter what the reason is. You could have been cheated. You could have been, you know, scammed into deleting your character. They aren't going to restore it. This is a one-time deal. I agree. I agree to the terms. And here we are. It lands immediately on a dwarf character. Look at that man. Masculine bald head. Even more masculine beard. Let's play around, shall we? You think Rogue? Mega Man. Rogue for hardcore? I'm not sure if I want to go with a Rogue, because I am about 51% sure that I'm going to play a Rogue in Season of Discovery. I was going to do a Warlock tank, but I feel like not only will every content creator play a Warlock tank, but also I think that if I don't like the tanking side of it, I'll be in a bit of a sticky situation because I'm not a fan of casters. So, yeah. I'll keep the Rogue for now. Because, like I say, I'm probably going to go with that when I do Sod. So, not a Rogue. Could do a Shaman. Could do a Paladin. Not doing a Priest, okay? Unless you ask me very nicely, I am not doing a Priest. I have no priestly knowledge, so, yeah. Right. Let me just check the stream's running okay. Keeps telling me that it's disconnected. I think that must just be an error message. Gnome warrior engineer. Bald head, brown beard. That's certainly an option. I'd say that much. It's certainly an option. Right, okay. Alright, gentlemen, we're going to rush into this, okay? We've had Gnome warrior engineer. We've had rogue suggested. We've had shaman suggested. I'm thinking paladin. To pull back the curtain for a minute, I am planning on making a paladin video. I'm actually working on it right now. The script's up to about 3,500 words. I spent far too long talking about how Retail WoW destroyed the immersive theme of the paladin by turning it into a melee DPS that uses yellow spells and nothing else. So I could do with some good, decent, low-level footage to use in the background. So yeah, let's do paladin. Why not? Right. The Netflix class. Are you talking about paladin or warlock? Right, well, if we're going to do a paladin dwarf, we can't go with the dark iron look. I almost always go with like a dark iron dwarf. I give him this crazy ass eyes set up here, and then I give him this sort of mad beard. I tend to give him the neck beard. You know the one. What? Look at this face. Imagine that face appearing in your nightmares, friends. Oh no. Put your faith in the light. Right. Yeah, whenever I go with like a dwarf rogue, which I sometimes play, I tend to go with a rogue that looks like this. This hairstyle, this beard, this skin colour, and these eyes. And I LARP as a dark iron dwarf rogue. We'll go paladin, which means we've got to emulate my boy Marshall Stockton. If he appears in the chat at some point, this is for him. There's a guy who watches my videos quite often. His YouTube name is Marshall Stockton, and his avatar is an absolutely sweet, badass picture of a dwarf in Grand Marshal gear. And he looks absolutely mad. He looks amazing. I can't tell if he's a paladin or a warrior. I'm assuming he's a paladin. And I think the idea of a dwarf paladin slaps. So that's what we're going to do. So, right. Do we want to go redhead? No, we look a little bit too much like The dude from Game of Thrones. Who am I thinking about? The dude, the wildling guy. You know who I mean. We're gonna go... Ooh, let's go... Yeah, let's go like this. He's a venerable dwarf. Gnome paladin one day. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that, Hazusi Kakashi, because that's oh, sorry, it wasn't even you who said it. Apologies. Throwing shade at an innocent man. It was 0 dimes. 0 dimes. I'm gonna pretend that you didn't say that about a gnome paladin, because that's a terrible and evil idea. So, Fargan Hammerheart, Eric Cartman dwarf. The Eric Cartman dwarf, I think, is this, isn't it? It's see if I can remember it off the top of my head. I think it's this. He's ginger. And it's isn't it like the... Is it this one? It's one of the big beards. And that's a bit silly saying it's dwarf. Is it this beard he goes with? And then is it like what's the hairstyle of the Eric Cartman dwarf? I can't remember. I give up. Let's go back to what I'm gonna go with. Let's get the big bushy beard. There we go. And let's make him blonde. Put your faith in the light, my friend. I think we're going to go with these cool violet eyes. I kind of like that. Let's think of a name for our boy, because you know he's going to last more than 5 minutes hardcore. Let's do it. Golden Beard. How much do we want to bet that the name Golden Beard is available? That name is unavailable. Surprise, surprise. Vulgrin. Someone stole my name. Someone stole my name? Have one of you done this? Is one of you responsible for this? Right. We'll go with Grinbeard. I'm kind of flying slightly under the radar. Got half my name in it. Grinbeard, the Dwarf Paladin. Entering the world of Warcraft. We are ready to fight, to live by the light and by the hammer of righteousness, or to die trying. Are you ready? Are you ready, boys? Let's do this. Let's do it. Enter a world.
The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain.
Let me know if the FPS drops at all. There's nothing I can do about it, but let me know so I can get upset and shout.
That held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the grand
Well, to be fair, Hazusi, we're probably going to die within the first 10 levels. So, you know, if you're going to die anywhere in Vanilla WoW, you want it to be done Moreau, right? Where else? Where else would you rather be, boys, on a Saturday watching a stream than sat here in Dun Moreau? You know what I mean?
And the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands.
All right. Here we go. Here we are. Remember the rules. No, I don't want anyone trying to trade me any tasty omelettes or anything like that. Okay? Don't accept any trades. We are not open to trade. We're like Japan. Okay? We're like Japan before the Meiji Restoration. That's a bit of a that's a bit of a reference. Yeah. Fargan Hammerheart, are you a dwarf player? That's a bit of a dwarf name, I think. Let's make sure we've got everything set up here. Action bar. It used to just be bottom left and bottom right. I don't like this UI. I want the old UI. I don't like change. Where are we at here? Combat. The light above my head is flickering pretty crazily, so I'm a bit concerned that things are about to go a bit crazy with the old internet and the electric, but let's hope. Right, nameplates. There we go. Names. Display. I'm happy enough with that for now. I've not used this old, like this new system. Where's the auto thingy, the auto loot one? Yeah. I've got no idea where it is. Ah, it'll come back to me. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Okay. One other thing, actually. Sound. Sound. Are you guys happy with the sound level of the background stuff? Let me know if there's an issue with it. I'll bring music up. Let's turn off error speech, actually. Yeah, we don't definitely want that. We definitely want... I can't do that yet. Need more mana. Okay.
My attention. Safe travels. Off with.
I'm actually a bit concerned now. I've bigged myself up quite a lot. How are we looking here? Still going good. Stream running still. Right. Are you guys seeing WoW though? Yeah, you can see my character up on the screen and everything like that. Because for some reason, when I go into the actual YouTube studio thing, it seems to think that we're still on the stream starting soon page. Not sure why, but everything looking crispy for you all before we set off on our adventures. I'll turn on that auto loot on in controls while we're at that. Ah, there, okay. Auto loot. Thanks for that, by the way, Mikkel. Appreciate the heads up with auto loot. What was it I was saying before about being an experienced player? Right, I'm going to start killing. I'm going to start slaying animals. You know how it is. Let me know if anything, there's any issues, guys. And we can enjoy the incredibly impactful combat of Vanilla WoW. Vanilla WoW Paladin combat, Seal of Righteousness and Judgment all the way. From beginning to end, cradle to the death. Out of interest, do we have anyone in here who's made it to level 60 on a hardcore character? Or are you all just as incapable as I am? I'm interested to know. I don't think I know anyone who's got that far. Oh, wow. Speak of the devil. Boom. Bonked. I've always thought that hardcore is probably one of those games which is best played on stream rather than, you know, off stream. I watched Mad Season's return video some time ago where he came back to the game and he was streaming hardcore and it looked absolutely awesome. Cloak! That's what I want. Buffs. Love it. This is Gucci. As long as I make it to level 10, I'll feel like I've succeeded. I think if I don't make it to level 10, then I think you should all be a bit embarrassed to be watchers of the channel. But hopefully we can make it at least that far. Right, level 2, hype. Right, okay. Just checking everything's going well here. Just bear with, guys. Can you just all confirm you're definitely seeing WoW, right? I feel the need to make sure because I can't trust myself because I'm new to this, and for some reason the stream stuff like on YouTube is still showing the streaming starting soon thing that I had up before. You're all definitely seeing World of Warcraft. Awesome. Cheers, Cracked. Appreciate it. Also, Mega Man, I'm pretty sure that Vanilla... Well, I know Vanilla didn't have auto loop, and I think that they brought it back in for Classic, for one of the changes that they made with the updated UI system. I don't like this. I'm sure it's like a lot more streamlined, and I guess it could look less Warcrafty, but I kind of prefer the old one with the parchment, but I guess that maybe I'm just a bit of a purist in that way.
Hi, watch your back.
Let's get some armor.
Soon.
We all know we need it.
Watch your back. Safe travels. Off with you.
Consecrated Rune. We will, of course, be doing voice acting because why? I can't not do the dwarf voice acting. So here we go. Consecrated Rune. Let's begin our paladin quests, my friends. Some fear our kind more than dragons. Some envy us more than the most skilled blacksmiths. Some praise our strength in battle. Others revel in our faith. Some are just jealous that we can drink them under the table. But know this, Paladin. You are among the most elite protectors in all of Azeroth. The Holy Light gives us strength as much as we strengthen it. I would tell you more when you've gotten acquainted with the land some. Find me inside Anvilmar above the valley. Bromos Grunma, Paladin Trainer. Right, Bromos. Alright, my Bromos. Let's do it. Consecrated Rune, we need to do the mail, and we need to kill some thingy-mabobbins. Let's sell first of all, because we are going to need that gold.
How are you?
Fortunately on the Paladin, I'm pretty sure that there's about 90% of our abilities that I really don't care about buying. So, we should be okay. Let's kill these trogs first, before we go and hand that in. Also, Mega Man, I'm not sure who you're answering here, but you say, I do sod is a ton of change, though to be fair, is that not what Classic Plus is? To me, yeah. There are some things about Season of Discovery that I'm a little bit skeptical about. A bit concerned about, you might say. For one, some of the class changes I think are a bit too far too fast. Legendi Azerota. No. Yeah, hardcore looks fun to watch but not to play. Yeah, when I first came back to this channel after a break back in like April time, May, I started doing hardcore and I realised pretty quickly that I was growing too attached to my character to want to watch them die. And I appreciate that that's the appeal, but for me, I want to know that my character is something that I can build and develop a relationship with, and if I know that I'm constantly having to be concerned that the character might die, then it kind of ruins it a bit for me. But going back to SOD for a minute, I think that some of the class changes, they do worry me a bit because they are going to ultimately make the game less like vanilla, but I think that on the flip side, you can argue that it makes the game feel a bit more fresh because we don't know how these things are going to interact. I just wonder what it's going to be like going into a dungeon like, say, I don't know, Ragefire Chasm, let's say, your very first dungeon, doing super easy content on a class that now has a ton of stuff that you can do with it. Is it going to just feel like everything is trivial? And I know that with vanilla, the idea has never been that stuff's difficult. It's more that it's a slow burn fulfillment. But what am I doing? But still, you know, it's just a concern I've got. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. I don't know. Right. I love this. I love getting armor. It's one reason why I don't think I could ever play a class that is a caster. Because, like, part of the fun of Vanilla WoW is getting those gear upgrades. And getting things like new weapons, new shoulder pads, getting your first set of shoulders, stuff like that. If you're wearing cloth, it just doesn't feel as impactful. I don't think, anyway. I am very excited for the Paladin changes, though. I think that as much as they are, again, like just bringing in a lot of stuff from later in the game, just being able to play a Retribution Paladin properly, for one, that on its own is just this. Really good. I'm really happy with that. Still looking good? Seems to be. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I think we're looking good. Right, I keep tabbing out because if you weren't here at the very beginning, I was explaining that I have two monitors and they're both very good and very large, but for some reason my massive computer only has one HDMI port, and each of these screens only has one HDMI port. So until I get a splitter, the 5,000 HDMI leads that I've got are worth nothing. So I've got one of these monitors hooked up to the computer, playing the game and running the stream, and I've got another computer. I've got a laptop that's got the live chat on it. So I'm having to tab when I check that the stream's still working well. So I'm relying on you guys. You're my little helpers to make sure that everything is going just swell. Let's see if we can get through Coldridge Valley unscathed. We'll take a bit of a break. Cracked Fingers Gaming says, I'm kind of disappointed with the Paladin runes. They could have given us all new abilities, but they're just going to make Paladins like Wrath of the Lich King rare. Yeah, Cracked, this is the comment that I was making in the Shaman video that I made a week ago. I like dual wield Shaman. I like the TBC and Wrath Shaman, but I'm going to turn the noise of... Oh god, fuck. I'm going to turn the combat noise down a little bit, hang on. Just, where is it? That's not there. Yeah. I like the dual wield Shaman. I like the Shaman of Wrath of the Lich King, but at the same time, I can't help but feel like it's a bit of a cope, or a cop-out rather, by just bringing in the Wrath Shaman for Season of Discovery. But at the same time, I understand why they've done it, because imagine how difficult it would be for them to have made new abilities for every single spec in the game. It would have been like a completely new game, and whilst I hope in time that's what they morph it into, I can understand why for starters they went the way they did. At the same time though, I do think that part of what makes vanilla what it is that the combat is very much old school game. It's like, you know, look at the Paladin, right? You're a support class, you deal damage through seals and judgment and maybe exorcism and possibly consecrate if you're lucky. That's it. Making it certainly like really in-depth combat, it's a different sort of game. Azusi says, I'm hoping as a Smite Priest, I'll be finding some rep pallies who actually use Judgment of Crusader. What does Judgment of Crusader do? Does it buff, I'm assuming it does something like buff nearby holy damage or all sorts of holy damage on a target, something like that, Hazuse? And also, is it Hazuse or is it Jesus? I'm not clued up on my, I'm assuming, Japanese pronunciation. Also, I'm not saying that you're Japanese, you might well be like an anime aficionado. I know a lot of anime dudes like to have the old Japanese YouTube names. But, yeah. It buffs holy damage by a lot. See, I like that. I think stuff like that's really cool. Those sorts of interactions are awesome. I love the dwarf. The dwarf male animations are so good. Just bonking him on the head. Bonk. I love it. You love to see it. Sniper duel. Oh, there's something about gnomes, man. I can't get round to it. I made a video like two years ago on so you want to play a gnome, and it still does well, that video, for some strange reason, even though it's very old and from a very different era, but
Well met.
I don't get it. I just don't get them. The blend of humour and deep vibes that is Vanilla WoW. There we've got a male belt. Love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. I must be the only person playing World of Warcraft who actually really likes the old models. Like, give me this. Give me this over, like, modern retail WoW models any day of the week, dude. I just love it. You're talking to a guy who likes the aesthetic of EverQuest. As crazy as that sounds. So... Okay, I think it's time we went in and spoke to the Paladin trainer. Get ourselves some judgment. I think we get that at level 2, I think. Or maybe blessing. I don't know. Might, maybe? Right.
Pleased to meet you. All right.
Pick that up.
What's on your mind?
Okay, we sold everything. Where's the Pally trainer? Over here he is. Let's have a look at him. Your boy Bromos. Dude, you're not a Paladin, you're a Dark Iron. Not trying to be, you know, discriminatory or anything, but you are not a Paladin. Not with those eyes. You look like a servant of Nefarian, if you know what I'm saying. Oh yeah, no, the Incubus, yeah, I just don't like it. It's a combination of how much it stands out, like you say, because you know it's different, but then also the fact that it's a completely new model, plus a new skin. No, not a fan. I get why they weren't happy with, like, the overly revealing vanilla succubus, like, texture, but, I mean, really, dude?
How are you?
Is it such a big deal that the succubus is, like, a female thing? I won't go there. I don't understand.
See you soon.
Sometimes people don't ask for things, so you don't need to give them things, you know? Right, Consecrated Rune. Let's talk to him. So, you've made it, and not a second too soon. There's much to be done in Coldridge Valley and beyond. I'm gonna need your help as much as you're gonna need mine. You're a Knight of the Silver Hand now. Be ready to play the part.
Be good.
The humans have taught us a great deal about the Holy Light and how important their order is to them, and to protecting all of Azeroth. We have a great respect for how it's steeped in tradition, and how just one figure, one sacrifice, can make the difference between pain and salvation. The two of us are going to be working together for a bit. Yeah, like 5 minutes, bro. Anytime you think you're ready, come back to me, and we'll see about getting you some training. Can't have you go out into the world unprepared now, can we? Well,
Keep your feet on the...
this is one thing that I must talk to you guys about. Does anyone else find it a bit jarring that as soon as you make a paladin, like a level 1 paladin is a Knight of the Silver Hand? I think that's a bit strange. It would be like a level 1 warlock being considered like a leading member of like the Council of the Black Harvest or the Shadow Council, or like a level 1 shaman being a senior member of the Earthen Ring. A Knight of the Silver Hand is supposed to be one of the most badass, elite, holy warriors on Azeroth. Whereas I am a dwarf wearing shorts like Bart Simpson. So, yeah. Not sure about that one, Bromos. Devotion Aura. Boom. Here we go.
See you soon.
Give me that extra armor. Armor increased by 55. If you if you remember that, then you're as old as I am. Right, let's go. I love these rooms, by the way. I've got to take a moment, Vulgrin moment, because you know what I'm like. Just take a moment to admire the aesthetics. I just love this art style. Hand-painted, stylized art. I love it. Some time ago, I started trying to learn Blender and texture painting and stuff like that. I wanted to make my own game, which is something that for now I've kind of parked. But just, the atmosphere and the places in WoW, just can't beat it. Cannot beat it. Here we go. I'm not that old, dude. I'm 29 in January. I'm not... But I am blessed to have seen the dawn of the true internet age. I am blessed to have spent my childhood years playing on like flash game sites like Albino Black Sheep and stuff like that. Playing Line Rider. Anyone remember Line Rider? I remember. Right, where are we going now? Asasi says, Incubus would have looked better if they made the model look more janky. Yes, absolutely agree with you. I wouldn't have had any problem with it if the model just looked more in keeping with vanilla. This is the concern I have with Classic. Oh! Wow! Chat... Talking shade. Kakashi talking shade. Look, what can I say? Gentlemen like me have a bit too much class to rise to bait like that. Have we been told to deliver mail to the... Yeah, deliver mail to the boar hunter over here. What I would want more than anything for Season of Discovery is just for a bit more in the way of class quests. Like, if you're a hunter, I want this guy to give you a class quest right at the start of the game, where it's like, oh, I'm going to teach you how to, you know, do this. I think he probably does give hunters a quest. I'm maybe just talking out my backside, but I would like more stuff like that, you know? If they could do one more thing that would make me happy for Season of Discovery, just more and more class quests. Rogues, my class of choice, had an entire area created for them in Ravenholt Manor, and it's barely utilised. Come on, let's have some more of them League of Shadows quests.
Watch your back. Off with you. Be good.
Right, okay, so deliver the letter to him.
Be good.
Let's kill some boars, like Robert Baratheon. Boom. The upshot of playing a vanilla paladin is that we, whilst we've already got all of our damage dealing abilities, we've got nothing else that we need to wait for. We're basically ready to go. We just need judgment. There we go. Got some mail on. Look at my guy. He already looks like a bad man. Looks like a bad man. Dispensing justice. Grinbeard. The Adventures of Grinbeard. I love it. Get some jerky. I am concerned when they do get around to making original content for Season of Discovery, which I think they will do, but it's all going to look really out of place because the textures are going to be for modern stuff, and a lot of players will want new stuff to look like retail WoW, and that concerns me a little bit. Daxion G Mao 87. Daxion says, "You've mentioned EverQuest a few times. Have you ever played Project 1999? It's EQ before the Luklin expansion." I have played Project 1999. I first stumbled across Project 1999 via a really obscure YouTube channel that I really like. It's a guy called Super Bits and Bob. He's an English dude who makes EverQuest like playthroughs and clips and stuff like that on different characters. And what it was that I was getting bored of WoW because Worlds of Draenor had come along and I wasn't enjoying it. And I'd been playing on private servers a lot at the time. I think I was playing on I don't want to say. I think it was the Phoenix servers at the time. Like, it was before we had Nostalrius. And I saw Project 1999 and I loved it. I thought it looked so cool because old school MMOs with those old textures. I love anything textured between like 1998 and 2002. So Legend of Zelda, EverQuest, Deus Ex, Morrowind, everything within that kind of window of time where it's hand-painted textures, where the depth comes from highlighting and shadows. Love it. And I love old school MMOs where they basically force you to do social interaction. So I was down for it. And yeah, I played Project 1999 for a bit. I didn't get that far into it, but I had a Troll Shadow Knight, and I remember it was Christmas time, and I was back from university for the holidays, and it was at the same time that I discovered the Smiths. So I had this weird blend of things that have just like mashed together in my memory now, where my Christmas just consisted of running around the swamp outside of is it Grobulus or whatever it's called? Not Grobulus, that's from WoW. I was running around the swamp near Tefira, listening to the Smiths on a Troll Shadow Knight because I thought trolls looked amazing in old troll models from EverQuest. So yeah, Daxi and I do know Project 1999, and I think that Project 1999 is amazing and definitely worthy of a deep dive video at some point because it is probably the best, probably even more so than the Nostalrius. It is the best private server project that I've ever seen made for a game. The fact that it has been going on for, what, like, over 10 years at this point, like maybe getting on for 15 years, absolutely incredible. Mad stuff. So yeah, big up those boys. I feel like I've been killing these pigs forever. Does it not stop? Does it not end? You should check out Monsters and Memories. It's being made by one of the original developers, trying to capture that classic MMO feel. EQ to me is what WoW Vanilla probably was to you. Yeah, I think that that's probably a very true statement for a lot of people. Vanilla WoW to me is my idea of old school because everything that I grew up with after that wasn't. Kind of like how a lot of people who played Ultima and EverQuest then went on to try things like Star Wars Galaxies and EverQuest 2 and then WoW and EVE probably as well. I started with WoW and then I tried Age of Conan, Warhammer Online. Had a lot of fun in Warhammer Online, to be fair. I tried loads of them. I tried Darkfall, if anyone played Darkfall. And then I played a lot of WildStar when that came out. So yeah. Crack, thanks for showing up, man. Really appreciate you being here. I hope you enjoyed it whilst you were here. Thank you for coming around. Have a nice day/evening. Enjoy yourself, mate. See you in the next one. But yeah, no, I think that for a lot of people, EQ is probably their vanilla. It's a different kind of game. And I think it's a shame that more MMOs aren't like that. I saw that Asmon was playing PAX Day, and I haven't seen that yet, but I think that sandbox-style MMOs, I think that they're the past, present, and future. WoW is the exception to the rule, with it being a theme park, but I think that I'd argue that sandbox MMOs mean that you'll never run out of content. Like, I love Dun Morogh, but we all know that once you get past like level 12 in vanilla, there's no real point in being in Dun Morogh unless you're in Ironforge or going to Ironforge. In a sandbox game, you could make it so that there's always a reason to be in places, either by there being low-level resources there, which there is in WoW to be fair, or by having events, or, you know, emergent player content. And I've always been a fan of that sort of stuff. In my mind, I dream of one day making an MMO, and I know that everyone who's never ever done game development thinks that, but in my mind, I think about making an MMO, and when I do, it's always like a sandbox game where you just take one large zone, maybe the size of the Barrens. I always think of Duskwood in my mind. Like, imagine a zone like Duskwood, but bigger, where there's just one little hub town in the centre, and there's maybe like a few dungeons in the zone. And it's just like all of the crafting materials are in this zone. There's a load of professions that all interface with each other. And it's just sandbox based, where people make their own content. I know it sounds like, oh, well, you know, how would you do that? But to me, that's the ultimate MMO. Theme park has its place, but yeah. Just my view. Just my view. Yeah, completely agree. Leveling is an obstacle instead of it being an experience, an adventure. It's inconvenient, isn't it? I kind of think that what they've done with Season of Discovery by having it that there's going to be phased leveling is one way to get around that in a good way. Leveling is going to feel like less of a chore because people are only getting to level 25. And what I love is that even though Black Fathom Deeps is going to be like the content at the level 25 phase 1, nevertheless, people are going to be doing other stuff. People are going to be doing Shadowfang Keep, my favourite. People are going to be doing low-level PvP in Ashenvale. People are going to be exploring zones in depths that they haven't. And I think that's cool.
There.
It's a good idea.
Off with you.
Have any of you guys heard about this new MMO that I'm seeing talked about where it's being made by like Riot devs and WoW devs? It's got Ghostcrawler working on it. I saw something about it, but I haven't looked into it much. I don't know if it's just like a bit of a, you know, I obviously don't know this, but we've had a lot of like rug pull style projects over the years for MMOs. We've been burned a lot as MMO fans, so I never really am that trusting. I'm always very cynical. I don't know if anyone's seen that. It looked pretty an interesting product. I think that it looked like an interesting project. The guys seem to be quite transparent, the devs, so it's always a good start, isn't it? Right, let's get our bits and bobs. This is where we have to be careful. This is where we're coming into the point where these guys are red, so... Doing hardcore ends up being a lot harder, if you will. You have having to also think about streaming at the same time. Dan Delph, love it. Love the name choice as he steals my stuff. You love to see it. Let's just kill this guy, why not? Get some XP. Go. What's the respawn timer going to be on this? I'm not going to be stood around here for ages, am I? Do I need to come back to this one? Ah, nope. There it is. Good stuff. Which class do we think has the best runes, then, for Season of Discovery? Because we've talked about the Paladin ones. Oh! That was a bit weird. Oh. What the hell's happening there? That was really strange. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, we've talked about the Paladin runes. What are we thinking about things like the Shaman runes? I said my bit. Any other ideas? And what about the Warlock ones as well? Because the Warlock ones seem to be pretty, something, right? Metamorphosis tank. Some people are loving it, some people are not liking it. Some people say it's going to be OP. I'm not saying they're wrong. Can understand the concern. Right, where's his nuts and bolts? His chest's there. There's a lot of them over there. There's a lot of dudes here. Right, let's see if we can just take one or even both. Oh, cool. Right. One dude. I don't think they ever released a title for the Riot MMO. I'm not sure. I know it's obviously set in League of Legends universe. I'm not a LoL player, so I don't really know a lot about it, but... Oh, bro. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Riot MMO is called, Daxian. What an actual thief. The dude's playing a warlock, but he should be playing a rogue. He just stole that chest right out from underneath me. Alright, well, we'll grind. We'll straight grind it. Grinding it out. Getting some copper. There we go. It is crazy, the more I play a character, even this, like, I get into it more and more. Really do get into it. We'll go until we get to out of Coleridge Valley, and I think we'll take a very short break. Just quick trip to the loo, refresh my water, make sure you're all drinking, keep yourselves hydrated. You know the rules. How populated is the Season of Discovery server? Classic launch was nuts. They haven't released the server names yet, but I anticipate that Season of Discovery launch will be pretty crackers. I think it'll be very big. Everyone that I know is going to try it out, and I think a lot of people will try it, because it's the first thing that people are going to be playing with Classic in, well, since the beginning, where they don't know what to expect, right? Oh, damn. They're also... Yeah, sorry, what am I saying about server names? It's going to be mega servers, so... Yeah, we can only wait and see, but I think that it will be really popping. I'm sure. How are we looking here? Okay. Bucket of bolts. Bucket of bolts. I also can't decide whether or not I should stream on Twitch. I thought that I'd start with YouTube, because obviously, you know, I'm a YouTube content creator with a channel and some following, but I don't know, Twitch seems to be the place to an extent, but maybe only if you're already established. I don't know. Don't know enough about it all. Yeah, Daxian, it's coming out on the 30th of November. So not very long, less than a week.
Great to meet you. Be good. Keep your feet on the ground.
Right.
Safe travels.
Okay, killing Frostmane whelps. Annoyingly... Oh no, I do get a two-hand from this. Good stuff.
See you.
And what do you want
What
me to
can
do?
I do for you?
Take a scalding Morn Brew to Durnan. Okay, well I've got to go back and get my training anyway, so we'll do that. And turn in this other one. Let's do it. And all my lights have just gone out. Bit weird. I don't know why that's just happened. Yeah, it's very weird. All my lights have just gone out, but for some reason I've still got internet, so I'm assuming everything's okay. I'm not going to complain. I can see the screen better now. We'll play in the dark, why not? Daxian says, might as well do both, doesn't hurt. I believe there are streaming tools that can allow you to stream both. Yeah, I think it's called Restream. I think that whichever I go with in the long run, it's going to be a bit of a development, isn't it? Going into streaming, because all of my content up till now has been YouTube videos, so it's developing that consistency and building the audience bit by bit. But now that I can stream, and now that I've figured out how to do it, and you know, hopefully we don't have big issues with connection and things like that, my hope is that I can just build on it over time and it get bigger and better each time. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. Staying humble. Gotta stay humble.
Can I help you?
And this is my boy Felix. I'm not going to do a gnome voice because I'm not that silly. How much gold have we got? 1 silver, 96 copper. We need to sell before we train.
What's on your mind?
Rybrad. Sell all of this silly stuff that we do not need. And where do I need to hand in the Mombrew? I'll do that as well. I think the advantage of YouTube as well, Daxian, is that you don't have to worry about what's happening with the VODs, because I think it just uploads directly, if I remember correctly, because, you know, you're already on YouTube, which is where you'd be uploading it to, so... Right.
See you soon.
Bring
Watch
back the
your
mug.
back. Off with you.
Let's see how much we've got now. 267. Where's the pally trainer? Dude looks really underwhelming for a so-called Knight of the Silver Hand. He's wearing a jumper. Yeah, he's wearing a patched old jumper and carrying a hammer that looks like he'd use it to put in small picture frame nails. Not feeling it, my friend. There we go. Blessing of Might and Judgment. Big upgrades.
Be good.
Big. I always put Blessing of Might up here. Shift 1. If that sounds strange to you, don't worry. I'm left-handed. So it's all good. And I like having Holy Light on 5 for some reason. Just me. Let's get ourselves done in Coleridge. The Troll Cave. We'll bring back this dude's mug first, though. Do you remember that add-on that was being developed where the team was attempting to voice all the WoW dialogue with voice actors? And if I remember correctly, Blizzard sent a cease and desist. I wish that mod happened. Yeah, I remember. Wasn't Bellular involved in that? I'm pretty sure that was a Bellular thing. Because I do remember that. And I really don't know why they wouldn't do it. I mean, why not if you were Blizzard? Why not just pay the guys? Why not just say, you know what, this is a great idea, it's a great feature, it's something that pretty much everyone would agree with. Let's bring it on as an option. I'm guessing that there's problems with like licensing and, you know, voice actors then needing to return if you're doing more dialogue and stuff. I don't know. But I wish that they were a bit more open to player-generated content like that. It would be a really good way for them to make a bit more money off their game. You know? make these add-ons something you could purchase. I don't even know if I agree with that, to be fair, given that it's a subscription service, but it would save them money at least, wouldn't it? Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm getting used to this new keyboard. I thought I was casting might on myself there. Okay, boom. It'd help with the immersion that WoW has been missing for so long. Yeah, I think it would. It probably would, especially because in current WoW, a lot of the time, like, the voice-acted stuff appears to always come with those really janky in-game cutscenes. And I don't like them. I really don't like them. I think that they look really Uncanny Valley. Maybe it's just me. Speaking of, Daxian, have you seen the Dragonflight ending cinematic yet? Or ending cutscene? I don't know which is best to call it. Probably cutscene. Because that looked... it looked a little bit underwhelming, to say the least. Everyone's best friends and all that stuff. Not sure how I feel about that. Oh, we're doing much more DPS now. I love it. Love to see it. Okay, we've got to be careful here. We're going to be careful. We are alone. There are no other people playing. We do have the benefit of judgment, though, which does have some range to it. Just a little bit. Like that. And we can pull like this. What other quests we got? Just the one? Alright, okay. Braces. What are we currently rocking? It's going to be an upgrade, isn't it? I have not, unfortunately. I've checked out of WoW since Kata, and only minimally kept up between expansions. Do you play classic WoW? Because I'm flattered that you're watching my stream if you've not been playing WoW. Is it something that you watch but don't play, or what's the deal? Explain yourself. Keep hold of that shield. It's bad, but you might want it for later. Boom. How's that belt compared to what we've got? 38, and that's 24. Okay. Vendered. I'm not going to tackle these three. That's a silly idea. In fact, I'm going to back out and go back the other way. Maybe take this guy on. Come on, dude. There you go. Clear out this cave. Oh, that's good. Level 5. Yeah, these guys are only level 3. Should be fairly easy. Not too worried about them. See how we do taking on 2, shall we? Yeah, we can take on at least 2 of these guys. We don't even need to worry about healing. Let's make our way down to the guy down at the bottom. I think he's called Grelic, if I remember this bit right. The troll chief of this little cave that we've decided to exterminate. I love the idea of doing an old school RuneScape dev strategy to vanilla WoW, and I feel like Season of Discovery is as close as Blizzard has gotten to it, so my interest has been piqued. Yeah, I mean, the thing about old school RuneScape is, I think that a voting system like that works a lot better when you're playing a sandbox game, because you're basically bringing features into an organic world, whereas with World of Warcraft, because it's theme park, there is a kind of a central story and path of progression that's linear in a way, with like going through the raid tiers and the dungeons and stuff like that. Ooh, okay. I'm not sure if I like how this guy just spawned in like that. I'm not a big fan of that, my friend. We're going to have to be wary of that sort of stuff as we level here. The dynamic spawns. Like that. What's going on there? Bloody hell. Okay. That's not really very good, is it? That's not very good. Let's come back here. It's what we're going to be careful about. Where are we going? Flimsy chain vest. Okay. Back up here. Just regain our health for a minute. Nice. Very nice. Heligsuk, or Heligsak, has reached level 60. Well done. You're a true legend of the Alliance, Heligsak, whoever you are. Wherever you may be, I salute you, sir. Vanilla WoW Story is probably the lightest of all the expansions. If they decided to make Vanilla Plus about emergent gameplay and emergent storytelling like a sandbox, I'd be all for it. Yeah, that's a really good rebuttal, to be fair. I completely agree. There is no clear story. Like, a good example of this is the fact that you can take something like Anchorage, which provides 2 raids, but it provides 2 raids, but arguably the only dungeon in the entirety of Vanilla WoW that has anything to do with the old gods is Black Fathom Deeps, and that's like a level 25 dungeon. So essentially, Vanilla WoW Story is so all over the place, it's so disjointed, that one of the last and most significant end game encounters is completely separate from almost everything else that you do during the game. And I like that because it's the world of Warcraft. It makes very little sense that outside of something like the Burning Legion or the Lich King, there would be one grand threat that would pose a threat to the whole world. So yeah, I kind of like that. And I do think you're right, it does open the avenue for more sandbox stuff. And I would say as well that if they want to keep the game lasting a lot longer, the classic game, adding in more of a sandbox style approach is as good an idea as any. Right. Let's make our way out of the cave. Fight our way out. Kill our way out as well. That's the way we're going to kill our way out. We don't need to fight any of these guys. Look at that. Crispy critical hits. Love to see it. I love the ambient music of Vanilla. It's so good. They were contained, isolated stories that they deliver to the audience, almost episodic. I think that can still exist in the sandbox MMO. Completely agree. I really agree with that, to be honest. You're putting out some good takes. I like your takes. I like that each different raid in Vanilla has a different theme to it. One minute you're fighting trolls in Zul'Gurub, and then the next you're in, the wastes of Anchorage, deep in an old god temple. And I think that if you remember that a lot of these raids were being completed simultaneously, or they were being completed roughly simultaneously by players. That makes it even better, right?
Well,
you want to feel like you've got some difference between the raids that you're doing.
keep your feet on the ground.
Okay, he wants me to kill Grelin and Whitebeard. We can do this. We've killed him once, we can certainly kill him again. Try and avoid some of these guys this time. I don't want to have to fight my way all the way through that and back. I still think that Anchorage is a massively underrated raid, though. I think it's so good. Very, very overtuned and probably mathematically impossible on launch, but... And you know who said that? Ian Hazacostas. But yeah, no, really like AQ. Right. Let's make our way. Let's see if we can fight a couple of these guys at once. We've got the toughness. We've got the minerals. Did we equip that new hammer that we got? No, we didn't even equip it, did we? I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Getting big loot, not even equipping it. That's a whole less than one... What is this? 2.6 DPS as opposed to 1.4. That's a whole 1.2 DPS more. Can't be going without that. Can't be going into battle without that extra 1.2 DPS. I think that the AQ opening event was really good. The problem is just that they didn't have, the whole like we don't have the technology or we have the technology thing. I don't think at the time they really had the tech or the experience to understand just what a massive server-wide event like that would do, and as a result it kind of didn't work. Oh no, Gaillard died. Our man died. Okay, let's be careful here. Let's be really careful here, actually. Okay, let's take you out. Come on. And he's a paladin as well, isn't he? No, he's a priest. He's a priest. Okay. Right, let's go in. Let's take out the little guy first. Nice. Absolutely deleted him. Let's keep as much of our mana as we can. There we go. Love it. Love to see it. Cast a spell on that guy. Help my brother out. Need to make sure that I'm buffing people as well. Like a proper paladin. Support over here. I think if they did an event like AQ now, it would be a lot more successful. Because they have the means to make it work. Ooh, a few of these guys. The respawn is pretty savage right now. We are dealing out massive DPS though, I love it. Absolutely smashing these trolls. You love to see it. Need to loot. Need to sell. We are pretty close to having made it 10% of the way to level 60, and I think that that is a serious achievement for a hardcore player. You know, getting to level 6, it's not easy, you know, it's pretty challenging, so... Pretty blessed, what can I say?
How are you?
Right. Hand in the journal,
Keep your feet on the ground.
and we'll take this.
Be good.
Mountaineer Thalos.
See you soon.
Nope. Inventory full. No. This guy should be a vendor. One of these two should be a vendor. What are we going to sell? Freight braces. Won't get anything for them.
Great to meet you. Be good.
What the hell? I thought I got rid of them. There we
What
go.
can I do for you?
Right. Let's stop off and let's empty our bags, because we need to empty our bags. It's not looking good. We're getting pretty bogged down with stuff. Doesn't get much better than this zone though. Curious about Hardcore WoW. I play Hardcore in other games like the Diablo series and Ark Survival Evolved. Did you try Hardcore in WoW? This is Hardcore WoW, Daxian. This is what we're playing. This is Hardcore. So, one life, one death. I've played Hardcore in a few other games. I did a little bit of Hardcore in Diablo 2, but a long time ago. But generally speaking, I don't tend to play Hardcore in games because I don't like feeling like I can't really bond with my character.
Great to meet you.
But for a stream, I think that Hardcore is just great. I think it works super well. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just a bit of a one-off. We'll see how far we get. We're doing okay so far. I think we are about to move to our next area though, so I will quickly nip to the loo once we get there. I'm gonna go up this road, and then there should be a guy outside the mountain tunnel with a crashed plane. Here he is. Look at this valley, it's just gorgeous. Game looks amazing. Love the art.
What's on your mind?
So we hand this in.
See you soon.
He's going to tell us to go to Karanos. And this guy's going to tell us to take something to the innkeeper, I believe.
Good day to you. Very good.
Good stuff. Right. This is where we have to be on our toes. This is where things get a little bit dangerous, because we are now leaving the fun lands behind, and we are in the realm of the red mobs. Need to be careful. Yeah, I think that Dunmoreau is honestly one of the most beautiful zones in Vanilla WoW. It's certainly, I think, one of the zones that most people think of when they think of their first experiences in the game. On the back of the box that I got, and presumably the same box that everyone got for Vanilla, there's a picture of a load of guys fighting some Yetis in, I think it's supposed to be Alterac Mountains, but it looks like Dunmoreau. It could be even Winterspring, to be fair. But I always think of Dunmoreau when I see the back of the box. I remember wanting to play a hunter as my first character and thinking that I could tame a Yeti. I thought, well, you know, you tame animals and Yetis are animals, right? Well, it turned out that that was a bit discriminatory against the Yeti community, so, yeah. But I really wanted a Yeti pet. I thought they were the coolest, cuddliest looking creatures in the whole game. But I love the art style of WoW. I love the painted stuff. Oh, why am I buzzing? Phone's buzzing. Let's have a quick check as I'm running. Let's hope that I can multitask and check the phone at the same time as other stuff. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Right. I think we're safe now. Karanos obviously just over here. We're safe. I say that, but there's a habit in hardcore. You come across dead people in the strangest of places. But we made it. We made it out the starting area, and I think that that's an achievement in itself. We can feel good about that. It's about to get a lot harder, but I think we can feel good about ourselves. Yeah, I think that they must have spent a lot more time on Duskwood than they did in a lot of other areas, because to me, that zone is just the best. I don't know what it is, but I think that there were certain spots that they must have just thought, well, we want a haunted forest zone, so let's make it first. And then they filled in the gaps later, because Duskwood isn't only a really fleshed out zone, but it also feels like they put a lot of things in there that they were either testing for the game and didn't make it in, or just extra stuff. Like, you've got the quest to kill Morbin Fell, you've got the quest to kill Morladim, you've got the quest to kill Stalban Mistmantle. All of these are really, really memorable and important quest lines. And even just things like the idea that they were going to have survival style mechanics, like having to use torches in Duskwood because it was so dark. That's like something they would bring in with Dark Souls. That honestly is like something that Dark Souls took in with the torches. So you just wonder, don't you, what would the game have been like? What would WoW have been like if we had had that other version, that alpha version, where they were inspired much more by the streamlined, much more by the sandbox games that
What's on your mind?
preceded WoW. I do wonder.
Safe travels.
And I wonder if it would have blown up the same way. I don't know. Right,
See you soon.
okay. I am going to quickly park in the inn. And I am going to pause. And just so that I can refill my water and take a little quick break to the toilet. I suggest you guys do the same. Let's break out into song and dance. There we go. I shall be back in 2 seconds, guys. And we're back. Oh, wow, that was a really loud buzz of the phone. As soon as they knew I'm back, they're messaging me. Right. For some reason, when all the lights went out in my house a short time ago, it has tripped a switch to half the electricity in my house, but just for the lights. So even though there's no lights, no working lights in the room that I've got my Wi-Fi router in, I'm still getting Wi-Fi. So either the Wi-Fi gods have enchanted my my router to make it, help me out because I really need the help for this stream, or there's some weird electric shenanigans going on in my area, and not for the first time. I moved here hoping that I would get good internet and stuff, but yeah, the electricity's been a bit temperamental, shall we say. As for EverQuested lighting like that, a human could not see at all and absolutely needed a light source. Loved it. So was that specific to humans then? Am I right in thinking that races like Dark Elf, Daxian did they have like Night Eye or something like that? Because that's really cool. I do really like that. I love the idea of there being more kiss curse stuff like that in WoW. Like, if you play a human, maybe you have, better prices when bartering with other humans, but you can't see in the dark very well. Stuff like that I think is awesome. This is a bopper, this tune, isn't it? Tavern music. Infravision. I think I tried a Dark Elf at one point. I think my first character that I made was Dark Elf Rogue, because that's basically the closest to what I play in most games. And I loved... What is it? Nectulos, the name of the forest? I really enjoyed that zone. Really enjoyed it. Right, okay. On we go. Okay, so we need to get 6 Cragboar ribs and a mug of the Rhapsody malt. There's a quest down there. Wonder if we need to see the Paladin trainer before we go anywhere else.
You got my attention.
Yeah, because erudites were just another race of human, weren't they? Like magic humans, basically. Right.
Very good.
Different vision types. Infravision was the best, but they had something like low light vision for elves, gnomes, etc. I always really liked this, and essentially there were penalties for different things, weren't there? So if you wanted to be a gnome warrior, you were kind of hampered from the start because your stamina could only go up so high, and things that ogres had frontal stun resistance and things like that. Is that? Am I right on this? Am I on the same right track? I do really like EverQuest, so even though I've not played it that much, I have read into a lot of this stuff. Yeah. I used to really like the Ranger starting area. Well, not the Ranger, the Wood Elf starting area. Is it called? Is it something Lodge? Surebreeze Lodge or something like that? I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing WoW, but it's definitely a lodge somewhere in a forest. And I always thought that was so cool. The little Wood Elf starting bit.
Talk to me.
Talk to me!
What's your...
Wendigo mains. We need that.
interest you on a pint? Off with you. Very good.
And some coins. So what quests are we looking at now? Grizzled Den, Baited Boar Ribs, and what do you want to give us?
Well met.
Bear furs and boar meat. Okay, so we're killing boars and bears. Make sure these are all tracked. I think that puts us where we want to be at this point. Balance wasn't much of a thing in EverQuest. Erudite Paladin, for example, was often thought of as one of the worst class race combinations because they were weak with low wisdom, but they made gear specifically for Erudite Paladins to help balance this. Right, okay. That's interesting. I kind of like that, because if you're going to give a race access to a particular class, you have to give people a reason to do it, beyond just this looks cool, right? Because in an MMO, some people won't do it. An Iskar Shadow Knight. They couldn't wear plate armor. Yeah. as a challenge or increase the difficulty of imbalance. Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it? Is that stuff like that, it's kind of like when people play a game like Dark Souls and they choose the deprived starting out where you've got no gear to begin with and really poor stats. I can understand that because it's a single player game and there's some merit in picking something really difficult. But in an MMO, ultimately you want your character to be competitive and you want to be able to do things with other people's characters. And I think you're in a bit of a difficult state if your Ixar Shadow Knight, for example, is just objectively less tanky, or your Erudite Paladin is objectively less tanky than another one, you know? So it's about finding the balance, isn't it? And about trying to find a way to mix and match things. Because you want to have that level of freedom for people to play what they want, yet you also want to give them the sense of there being a reason behind the choice. Love these Yetis. Young Wendigo. I call them Yetis, but they're not Yetis, but they are Yetis, if you know what I mean. One main. Isn't there a quest to rescue some miners in here? Am I losing my mind? No, that's in the Goldbar Quarry, isn't it? Yeah, I think that it's the Goldbar Quarry. We'll soon see. Healing potion, love it, love to see it. Get it on the hotbar, boom. Yeah, exactly. If it's not optimal, make it special. I really like that. I'm not sure how you do it, but do it. Yeah. Okay, we are starting to take a bit of damage here, so we need to be a bit more careful, I think. And our heals do not do a huge amount. And our mana is starting to run a bit low, so we need to be careful. Is there any point in me going this deep into the cave at this point? Can I not just kill the young ones outside? That seems to be a much better strategy right now. Me. And farm the boars and stuff. Yeah, I think that's probably a better idea. The lower level, more my level. I definitely think, though, Daxian, my favourite race in EverQuest, in original EverQuest, maybe the Trolls, because I really like the aesthetics of it, but I loved the lore behind the Ogres. So if anyone watching who doesn't know EverQuest, the lore from the Ogres, and Daxian, if you know better, correct me, or just look it up. The lore of the Ogres was that they were once an extremely powerful, intelligent race with like really great architecture and really powerful military and all that sort of stuff. Similar, I guess, to kind of like a classical Rome, that kind of idea. But they did something that angered their god, and he cursed them and turned them into these idiotic, hulking monstrosities with really low intelligence and only retaining a relic of their brutish strength. And so now, as an ogre, you are kind of like one of these descendants of this race that was once so powerful and so, you know, noble and mighty in a certain way, and respected in a kind of way. And you ended up being reduced to a bit of a pathetic ogre, literally an ogre. And their city, their capital, Firot, is, I think it's called, is it called Firot? I think the city is. I'm not 100% sure, but their capital city has elements of this grandeur. It's a bit like Diamort in a way. Harmon, I didn't see that they weren't revealing the server name. I just heard that they were doing the mega servers, but I didn't see anything else. I really don't mind. If they're doing the mega server thing, then it's all good either way. Got a lot of dudes here, a lot of bros. Help our man out. Hey, love the buffs. Love the buffs. I might do some buffs as well. I'll buff my man here. Oh, he's already got it. Oh no, he doesn't. He's a hunter. I thought he was a paladin. Yeah, so I didn't see that they weren't revealing the server names, but honestly, for my part, I'm not too bothered. I'll decide one on the day, and we're never going to know really until the servers come out which ones become popular, which is why I'm glad that they've gone with the mega server approach. Orgok, there you go. Orgok was the name of the ogre city, yeah. Gosh. There's people everywhere. They've all come online. So what do you think the idea is then, Harmon? That it's just going to be a case of you log in on the 30th and you suddenly see the option next to hardcore for Season of Discovery servers? And that's the first time we see them, I guess. By the sounds of things. Anomus has reached level 60. Well done, my friend. Well done. Respectable. Put some respect on his name, gentlemen. Why am I not getting any boar meat? Or any ribs? The day before. To an extent, like, I kind of wish that I had the ability to coordinate with other people. But, meh, it's fine. Not having the names is perfectly fine for me. There we go. Right, okay, so we got the bear furs. We just need boar meat. So boars and yetis. They don't want the community to know the name, so they don't decide in advance what's the best server to go on. I do appreciate that logic, because it happened in Classic. And, yeah. I would like it as well if we had a few servers where there were communities on each. I miss the days where different servers had different communities, but the mega server plan as well is something that I can get behind. Mega server idea is pretty sound. It's worked really well for Era. You know, the Firemore servers. Right, I think I'm going to have to go into this thing, because there's this cave, because there's a human hunter outside, and he's just mashing everything up. But I am scared. This cave is huge. I didn't realise how massive it is. Dude, Alliance got it good with the levelling. They really do. Damn it. Alright, okay. Get off me. I'm just tanking other people's mobs now. The King of Mexico. Hey man, just wanted to jump in and say, have been loving the content the past few months. Been living for your excitement for Classic Plus. I'm excited, exactly the same. King of Mexico, thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you stopping by. The streams are something new, and I get that that's not going to be for everyone. But to know that there are people who are enjoying the content and who are willing to stick by me, I really appreciate it. It just means the world. Like, getting to do this sort of thing and share it with people who are equally excited and talk about the game, it's just great. I will let you know, just as a little bit of a brief spoiler, because you were so polite and you seem so excited for the content. We're currently working on a Paladin video, and that's what's going to be out next, hopefully in the next few days, talking about the immersion of the vanilla Paladin and why I like it so much. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So there's always more content. Okay, I'm going to pull back a little bit because we've got some dudes here. You try RP PvP, Daxian? I played on a PvP server for all of Cataclysm and most of MoP, and I absolutely loved it. On an RP PvP server. And I was in a troll role-playing guild, and it was great fun. I had a great time. Really good. Completely opened my eyes to a different way of playing the game. So I'd highly recommend that everyone tries to do a bit of RP in WoW at some point, because you might really enjoy it. What do I expect to be added in Phase 2? Well, Phase 2 is going to be level 40, and we already know that they showed Gnomeregan and Scarlet Monastery, so I wonder whether or not they're going to do 2 level up raids for level 40. I think that 1 level up raid every phase, we shouldn't expect that just because we're only getting 1 the first time. Gnomeregan is like, if I remember correctly, Gnomeregan's one that you tend to do around the early level 30s, am I right? Or certainly like level 35 is a high level for Gnomeregan, I think. I might be talking out my backside there, but my understanding is that Gnomeregan is... God, it's a Yeti graveyard here, isn't it? Wow. But yeah, I think that they will definitely do Scarlet Monastery as a level up raid. And if they don't, then they'll be saving it as a level 60 fresh thing to have. Maybe some sort of Scarlet Citadel thing. In terms of other content, I was trying to think what zone would be at level 40. To have the overlap, maybe Hinterlands? Because you can't do Dunbarrow, which is where Gnomeregan is. And you can't do Tirisfal Glades, which is where Scarlet Monastery is, because they're both Alliance and Horde zones respectively. But you could maybe do the Hinterlands as a zone where both sides are going to be questing. Because you've got Reventusk Village on one side, and you've got Airy Peak on the other. It's a possibility, I think. What about you, Harmon? Do you have any ideas for what you think they'll do? And yes, King of Mexico, yes, we do have plans for a Season of Discovery Guild. As soon as they announce the servers, which they're not going to do until, like, right up until the day before, or possibly the day of, and I know what server I'm going to be on, I'll put out a video and we can get a guild going. I think it'll be great fun. I think that especially with 10-man being the size for the level up raid, it's just perfectly... It's a perfect time to have a little guild going, and hopefully a fair few people will join. I'd love to play with you guys, it'd be great fun. As for Hyjal, Harmon, I think they'll save that to level 60, because it was always intended to be level 60 stuff as far as I'm aware. So I think they'll probably save that for then. Oh. This is what we got to watch out for. The dynamic spawning will get you. It really will get you. Ooh, that looks like good loot. Yeah, that's way better than what we've got. Let's get rid of this. Swap out. There we go. You'd agree on the 2 raids in Phase 2. Scarlet Monastery and Gnomeregan. Maybe one of these would be a 20-man or even a 40-man raid. Not sure what their stance is on 40-man raids nowadays. I think the problem with 40-man, Harmon, is that if you're designing a raid for 40 people, then you have to make the raid simple enough to be achievable by 40 people. Because coordinating that many people in one group is very difficult with anything other than very simplistic content. I think that's part of it. I think the other thing that you have to remember is that if you make something 10-man or even 20-man, you are massively decreasing the number of people that need to be around for you to do it. Like, you could get 4 different guilds or 4 different teams worth of players doing a 10-man raid instead of a 40-man one. That's a lot more people who have an opportunity to see the raid. You know, if you only had, for example, 30 people, you can get 3 lots of people playing it, but you wouldn't even be able to get one group for a 40-man raid. So that's my view. I think that that's not to say that I don't think that 40-man raids have their place. I think that the vast grandeur of 40-man raids is great. No groups. Not allowed to have groups. It's hardcore. Not allowed to do that. Naughty. So yeah, I mean, also thinking about it, how would a 40-man Scarlet Monastery raid work? Because it's quite an enclosed space, right? If you were to have, even if you made a new place, there'd have to be a lot of outdoor areas. I think it'd be very difficult to have tight corridors and stuff like that. Right, that's our 8 mains. Let's start getting our Cragboar ribs. I'm really getting into this, you know that. I'm really getting into this. Now that we're free from the technical difficulties. What about dynamic raids? We're starting to sound a lot like retail, dude. Just teasing. Dynamic raids then, let's see. Minimum of 25 people and scales up to 40. Boss health and damage is determined by the amount of players. Also, the amount of loot changes with more people. The problem I have with that is it reminds me of a problem that existed back when they first started doing the scaling raids in Warlords of Draenor. I was in a very small team that were trying to run High Maul, and we kept suffering because the fights were designed... the fights were either way easier with a small group or way harder. And that's the problem. You can make it so that encounters are way harder with 40 people than they are with 25. Because if the mechanics stay the same, which they would have to, I assume, then all you've got is more people who you've got to manage. Whereas if you've got 25 people who are all really good, and all that's changing is the boss's amount of health is less, then I think you don't have to worry about that organisation as much. So, I like the idea of set sizes, not least as well because... Yeah, I was going to say because you know your team at that point, but at the same time, I remember how much of a pain it was trying to get your team together and knowing that you had to have exactly 10 people or exactly 25 people. You know, what happens if you've got 12 people? Why do you have to kick one of your friends out of the group, you know? So I can see it both ways. I just, yeah, it's a lot of questions, isn't it? I would be happy with some sort of scaling system, I think. They just have to be very careful that they didn't overdo it. I think the idea about dynamic scaling with world bosses is a really good idea, Daxian, because I get the idea that you should have to fight with the other faction to kill a world boss. Let's say Azuragos pops in Ajara, and you have to fight against the Alliance or against the Horde so that you can kill the world boss. I like that, but you shouldn't have to wrestle with your own faction mates. I think that that's not exactly good design, shall we say. Where can we kill more Kragboars? I'm going to go over here. I see what looks like a boar. Whoop. Keep me away from those guys. Boom. I forgot how long it takes to do these quests. Like, we've been sat here doing this quest to get Kragboars. I must have killed about 30 of them. I'm surprised that there's any left. I do love it when you get a massive chunky hit with a hammer like that. It just feels great. Okay, there's two. There's two. Guild merge idea. It is definitely an idea. I think that these are the problems that World of Warcraft has had to deal with since the beginning, because as Daxian will point out, EverQuest had non-instance raids. So it was just a case of like being there and being the ones that killed the boss. Like, bosses were designed so that you would just run into an area and the enemies would be there, right? And I think that WoW solved the weird issues that causes with instancing, but you can't solve all of them. You can't solve all of them. A lot of people in vanilla are going to want 40-man raids after 60, I think. That's going to be the issue. I think the first thing they'll need to do is have a look at what the attendance is like, what the population is like. If the population's looking really healthy, if there's tons of people playing, then I'm sure that they'll be up for doing 40-man stuff. But the question is, if everything before then is going to have been 10 and 20-man, what happens when all of our guilds suddenly are like, oh, we need 40 people now? Do you know what I mean? Hi, Velen. Thanks for popping in, man. Really appreciate it. I'm really glad that you've come to see the stream. I really also like that you like the videos. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I'm having a blast. I'm just glad that the streams have worked. You've missed the scuffed beginning, and now we're settling down into the real heart of the stream. I've survived till level 6, so, you know, hardcore's going well for me so far. Say survived till level 6, I'm nearly at level 7. I'm practically Uther the Lightbringer at this point, essentially. We are running low on mana, so let's be very careful. Oh! What level are you? Level 7. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're alright. The fact that Judgment has such a long cooldown is... the fact that the Paladin plays so slow is actually helping me conserve mana. It's forcing me to conserve mana. Chunk of boar meat. I need... Oh, that's why I've not picked up any. It's because my inventory's been full. Ooh! Ooh! Holy light cast, please. Oh. Okay, I'm kind of slowly fighting my way back. Because I'm running low on mana. Player housing, Daxian. That's an interesting one. I honestly don't see why they shouldn't give it a shot, because it's going to be instanced, right? And I like the idea that you could basically just use a grid reference from anywhere in the world as an instance player housing thing. So like you can drop like a 100 by 100 meter or 500 by 500 meter like box over an area in Dun Morogh and select that, and then you will gain like a device like that will trigger a portal that will take you to your house in that area. And I think that would be a really good solution because it wouldn't clutter up the world at all. People in guilds or parties could go to each other's housing, which would be great fun, like they did with the garrisons, I've got to say it. And people could customize it. I love the idea that you would get stuff from doing raids or dungeons or PvP that you could put in your house. Like, you know, let's say you run Naxxramas, and the benefit of running Naxxramas is if you kill Kel'Thuzad, you gain access to a ziggurat as your house. That sort of stuff I think would be really cool. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's going a bit over the top, but I think that would be really sick. Do you think they will have some non-announced features in SOD? Absolutely, Harmon. They've kind of made it plain, as far as I'm concerned, that they are going to do that. I think they made it clear that there was stuff that they hadn't shown us, and also that they were open to adding extra things that we hadn't seen yet. So my hope is that that wasn't just a bluff to make it seem like they'd done more than they had. But, you know, who knows? Yeah, I think that phasing or sharding would be great for that purpose, and I don't see why not. I mean, after all, if we go into instances when we run dungeons, and we use portals already, like Warlock portals and stuff, why not do something like that, where there is a Warlock portal tool? Similar to that, you know, like a Hearthstone, where it just creates a portal on the ground that that is locked to anyone that isn't in your party, and you can use it, click it, and you go into your little instanced area of the map. And you can, you know, put a grid reference down on any area, you can lock it in, and that's where you get to go. So if you like a particular area, let's say that you love this area of Dun Morogh here, where there's like the lovely bridge, and you think, oh, you know, what I want to have is have my house be right here on this corner with the bridge running to it, and I want to have a little house, kind of like the ones that you see in Elwyn Forest, like a nice little cottage. Then you can just click your grid reference down, it will give you this square area, and that's where you put your house. I think that would be so fun. It would be like putting Stardew Valley in WoW. It would completely bring a new way of life to the game. The only problem is that it would be very isolating, and they would have to find ways to make it more multiplayer. And I think that the way to do that would be to have it that, you know, your guild mates or party mates could join the group. Just a thought. I don't think we'll see anything like that, though, in Season of Discovery, just to say, because it's just too much. It's something that I hope we'll see in either Retail WoW. It'd probably come into Retail WoW, to be honest. Or in Classic Plus, if we ever get a definitive Classic Plus after Season of Discovery. So, yeah. Expelder has reached level 60. Loads of people hitting level 60 today. I love to see it. Let's hand in this quest while we're down here. We're basically just messing around at this point, aren't we?
How are you? Watch your back.
Level 7! There it is. What should the goal for tonight be? Level 10? Think we can make it? Harmon's saying the problem with player housing is that people think it causes the cities to be empty. Maybe you can only store soulbound items in your home and other items in the banks as cities are still required. That is a massive problem, and I completely agree with you. And in garrisons it was a huge issue. Part of the problem, of course, was that in old WoW, part of the problem is that in retail WoW, you can travel pretty much everywhere through fast travel systems, and your home allowed for that. Whereas I don't think that they would ever make it work like that if they did it in vanilla. So you would still have to be in hub areas for transportation and stuff like that. So that's one thing. But it is definitely an issue. I can definitely understand why it would be an issue. Yeah, I get the idea as well of the forge concept that you come up with there, Daxi. And the problem with that is that, again, we're getting close to garrisons there where people are going to spend their time in their garrison or in their home. So it's about finding the balance. You want players to spend time in their home, but you also don't want it to keep players from playing in the MMO side of the game. So, yeah. I don't know how you would make it work exactly. I think one thing you could do that would be really beneficial, though, is you could have it that the gear that you needed to do the stuff in your home was almost exclusively obtained from being outside of it. So, like, you know, you've got your house, but if you want to add a well, let's say, for aesthetic reasons, then you would need to go and, like, go to, say, you know, a certain area. Like, you know that to get the well, you need to go to Stratholme and do something with the well that's in the town square in Stratholme. So it would give players reasons to do other content. That's the way I envisage it. Like, I gave the example of if you did Naxxramas, that would give you access to like an undead-themed house. You could have it. You could have stuff like that. You know, like if you do Zul'Gurub, then you gain access to having like a hydra in your little swimming pool. That kind of stuff. Like, it would be silly things. I think that would work well. Homeless Dude, good to see you, man. Thanks for joining the chat. You were saying, I personally like the way that PoE does it, with different tile set base and then customize as you see fit. With different challenges, easy to hard to insane, giving you additional decorations. Exactly, that's kind of what I'm saying there. And I think that it would work fantastically. I think you could totally make that work in WoW. People would want to spend time in their houses. My girlfriend Louisa, she would be obsessed with this feature. I think a lot of people's girlfriends would love that feature. Not trying to be sexist, but I know Louisa would love it. She plays The Sims all the time, so she would find it great. She'd probably sort my house for me as well. But have it that the content that you put in your house and in the area around your house comes from doing the stuff in the actual game. I think that's the way to do it. Guys, they should just hire us, right? We can design the player housing feature. Yeah, that's it, Daxian. Don't make your home self-sufficient. And one other thing that would be quite fun is make it so that there are like mini-game style things in your home, but that they require other people. So have it that you can play like little games. I don't know what they would be, but maybe like hide and seek or something like that. I know it sounds silly. Where you can like play hide and seek with other players and get little like silly rewards or whatever, you know? But where it requires other people. So you suddenly have a group of players who are maybe more casual, possibly like the younger audience as well, who are wanting to do stuff inside their houses with their friends. They're not getting groups together just to do dungeons. They're getting groups together to go to the house. I love the idea of stuff like, oh, we just ran Stratholme together, guys. Let's go back to my house. You really like it. That sort of thing. You think about Asmongold doing like transmog contests and stuff like that. Can you imagine like transmog house contests?
Hi.
Right. Okay. I'm behind on my report and could use your help, Grimbeard. I just managed to find where the trolls are holed up, but I saw so many trolls I was afraid to go in. Here's what I need. Go down to the cave, poke around inside, kill a few of the trolls, then come back here. Take the road north out of Karanos. When you get to the bridge, follow the frozen river west until you reach the Iceflow Lake. You'll find Brunel village on the west bank. The hold is southwest of the village. Okay.
See you soon.
Love it.
Talk to me.
Here's a question, guys. Do we pick up a profession, or are we not bothering? Do we think we won't last long enough for it to be worth it? Or do we think it's a good idea? Your thoughts. Oh, nope. Let's not sell those. We need them. And let's not sell the boar meat. We need those two. We still need 2 more. What happened to the other 2? I thought I had 4. Oh, right. Apparently not. Instead of having achievements, you could have physical items placed in your home to brag to your friends about it. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good idea. In a game without achievements. Like, you could have the throne of Kel'Thuzad in your little ziggurat. You could have, like, a little snow globe eye of Cthulhu. Man, I really want to get into game dev at some point. I have thought a lot about it. I've dabbled in it quite a lot, especially the artistic side of it. I do make, like, some low poly models and things like that. But I would love one day to be able to make a game. There's so many things I'd like to make. I know I'd get frustrated and give up, but hell. Dax says, going to be half paying attention. I have a D&D one-shot I'm hosting tonight and still need to prep. Nice talking with you. Man, it was great talking to you, Daxian. I would really love to see you in the future streams, my man, and also in the video comments coming up, because you've got some really good ideas for the game. You clearly know what you're talking about, and it was just great chatting to you. So enjoy your D&D. And if we see you at any other point in the night, great to have you back. You do hobby game dev on the side? That sounds awesome, man. I think that my Gmail should be in my beep boop malfunction. It should be in my about stuff, but I will put it in my about section on YouTube. I'll put my YouTube Gmail. So feel free to connect with me on that, and I'd love to see what you do. Would love to see what you do, just out of interest. I'm not sure if I'd be of any use or we'd work on anything together, but I would certainly love to see what you get up to, because it's awesome. Let them try stuff in retail first before they mess the real game classic. Yeah. But then again, how they implement a feature like that in retail could be quite different than how they would implement it in classic. So, like, in retail, I can imagine it being very solo heavy, like we've discussed, and there being tons of portals, like an entire portal room and things like that. Whereas that would be terrible in classic. So different stuff works for different games, I guess. I still can't believe I'm still waiting on 2 chunks of boar meat. How skinny are these boars? I do wish I could get into a game like Path of Exile. I've never been able to get into it. I completed all of, like, the first act, like, a while back. And I think it's just... I'm not a huge fan of ARPGs. I don't know why. I love MMOs, but not so much ARPGs. And even just isometric MMOs, like Albion Online. I tried that when it was, like, new. And just couldn't really get into it. I think it's that, for me, a game has to be like this. I have to feel like I can put myself in the shoes of the character. For me to really get into it. That's maybe a childish or crude way of looking at things, but it is how it is, eh? You always pick professions that gives you a break from only killing, makes your brain feel nice picking up herbs and ores. Yeah, it does definitely give that dopamine, doesn't it? I might do it. I might do blacksmithing just for fun, just for the RP value. I always find myself picking, like, blacksmithing and mining when I have a plate wearer or a mail wearer, even though it's definitely suboptimal. It just feels good. It feels good when you make, like, a big hammer and you feel the difference. So we'll go back and we'll do that. Definitely not the most useful profession to pick up, but hey, there's nothing better than being a dwarf in Ironforge, forging away those bars of copper, like you're making the Ashbringer. Nope. Someone's already looting that corpse. Yeah, me. Right, where's the other boars at? Where them piggies at? Oh. We need to be careful, because as we go further into the zone, we're going to be picking up higher level mobs. So he's like level 8. But to be fair, we're level 7, so let's not sell ourselves short. I'm keeping an eye out on that wolf, to be fair. Do not want to be wolf meat. Nice. Chunk of boar. Keep your feet on the ground.
How are you? Hello. How are you? What can I do for you?
Come on.
What's on your mind?
What's on your mind? Come on, keep your feet off the ground.
Hello. Pray to me. Well met. Pray to me.
No, they're not doing it. They're not telling me to keep my feet on the ground or off the ground. Keep your eyes peeled for cragboars, my friends. Oh, there's one. I also really dislike the way that the paladin uses up a seal when casting judgment. I like the idea of you being able to cast the seal and then cast judgment. So you continue to get the benefit. Okay, finally. Finally, we have gotten 4. We've gotten 4 chunks of boar meat after killing about 400 boars. Grinbeard, it's looking up. And I'm pretty sure we pick up the Rhapsody malt from inside. Looking good. These dwarf architecture structures just look amazing, don't they? Like a giant keg shoved on top of the... Look at it, it's got like a huge 2D sprite image of a beer stein on the front of it. Okay, in we go. In we go. Innkeeper Belm.
Finest wires in the land.
I have the finest wares in the land. Sell the broken teeth. No, we don't want to sell the bear fur, do we? Right, okay. Yeah. We are running quite quite low on bag space. That is becoming a bit of a problem. I also need to see a paladin trainer. Okay.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Nice.
Be good.
We should pick up cooking as well. That could benefit us if we make it anywhere. And we might even make it through one stream here. I'd be really amazed, but we might just make it through one stream. Is the other guy... Where's he at? Steel Griggs Depot, okay. Thinking about runes, I hope they don't add too many new skills in the next phase. I hope they also add some runes that just change the spell effects of a spell. Green fire for warlocks, etc. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think green fire would be great for warlocks, but I think green fire, like its mop version, needs to be tied to something that you do. I would really like it if warlocks got green fire from killing Doomlord Kazakh or something like that. Or doing some sort of secret quest. They say that they want to put secrets into Season of Discovery and make that a big deal, so do it with the green fire.
No. Safe travel.
Also, Harmon, earlier you asked if I thought they were keeping anything unannounced. I really want there to be, and I expect there to be, a legendary Ashbringer. An uncorrupted legendary Ashbringer, tied, hopefully, ideal world, tied to a 40-man or just a large Scarlet Monastery raid and a quest chain with it. I love the idea that you pick up the quest chain as a paladin, and it's a paladin-only legendary at level 60. And that to do it, you have to first obtain the corrupted Ashbringer or something, and then you have to do a load of stuff in the Scarlet Monastery raid that follows to uncorrupt it. Like, you have to get, like, 40 essences of light or something like that, similar to what you got with the Cthulhu with Atiesh.
Be good.
Right, so we've got to go to Brunel now. Got to go to Brunel village. Yeah, I know, a restored Ashbringer, I can't think of anything that would fit more with the idea of Classic Plus. If you were to ask anyone, I think, what would be the next legendary that should be in vanilla, it essentially was going to be Ashbringer. Like, everyone thought back then that you could purify the Ashbringer, and there were all kinds of theories on how it would be done, many of which were very silly and involved fishing. But yeah. Tree of Life for Druid. Yeah, but if they do it, they need to make it the need to either make it the original Treant form that you can still see, or they need to make it a like a little mini ancient, like the one that is outside of Dolinar. I won't tolerate anything else. Guys, I'm going to mute. I'm going to quickly go to the toilet and fill up my drink, and I will catch you in a couple of minutes. So take the opportunity to quickly stretch your legs, have a little jig, like your boy here, and I'll catch you in 2 seconds. Don't go away. Hello, and I'm back. My girlfriend's just come home, so if you hear any rattling in the background, it's just the noise of shopping bags and true love. So yeah, I do have a noise gate and a noise suppression on the microphone, so hopefully it shouldn't be too noisy. But yeah, just bear with, guys. But 1 sec, I've got to sort out this weird power cut issue that we've had on. 2 minutes, guys. And I'm back. We managed to get the power back on in the house, which is, well, that's a start. If you hear rummaging in the background, it's just some stuff being put away. It won't go on that much long. But, yeah, hopefully the noise gate won't pick that up. Where were we, guys? We've got to go to Frostbane Hall. We were going to go to Bruno Village, weren't we? I think we're overdue a visit to the Pally Trainer, though. What have you guys been saying whilst I've been away? If I remember correctly, hero classes were an upcoming feature in Vanilla WoW 2. I swear I read somewhere about, for example, a Mountaineer Hunter, which was planned to be a hero class representation of Survival Hunter, which would be melee based. The only one that I ever heard of was the DK. That's the only time that I remember hearing the hero class term being used. So, I don't know if they plan to do it with more stuff. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I wouldn't know for certain, guys. Is there a Pally Trainer in this building, or am I going to have to go to Ironforge? That's what I'm worried about now. Oh no, he's here. Azar Stronghammer. Holy Light rank 2, yes. Get. Divine Protection, yes. Yes, yes, yes. We want this. We want this. Seal of the Crusader. Fills the paladin with the spirit of a Crusader for 30 seconds. Melee attack power and faster attack speed, but deals less damage with each thing. Is that better than Righteousness? I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe it is actually, because if Judgment has an 8-second cooldown. I don't know. I don't want to crunch the numbers. I don't want to crunch the numbers. For now, we'll put it here. Why not? Divine Protection. We'll put that there. Bit not making a lot of sense the way that we're doing this, but and let's yeah, there we go. Holy Light rank 2. That's what I want to see. Oh, here we go. So welcome back, mate. We have this question. My girlfriend's just offered me a monster at 9:30 at night.
It's got no sugar in it.
Are you insane?
It's got no sugar. Doesn't do anything.
At 3 in the morning, when you see me crouched on top of our wardrobe like an owl staring at you, like Gollum in the opening sequence of Return of the King, then you'll remember this day.
I don't understand that. The dog used to wake me up to go out in the middle of the night, and me and my mum would have a coffee at 2 o'clock in the morning to settle ourselves back down to go to sleep.
Yeah, but you don't want me to become the dog waking you up at 2 in the morning. No, I appreciate the offer, but I'll save the monsters for another stream. Can you imagine that? Girlfriend goes out to shop so that I can do my man cave stream and comes back with a 4-pack of Monster. Does it get better than this? Anyway, sorry, Harmon. You said, welcome back, mate. I had this question right away for you. People have been calling Season of Discovery Classic Plus Beta, like Asmongold Nest fan. What is my position on this? I made a video the day after Season of Discovery was announced, and in that, I talk about how that's a really good shout, by the way. Common Sense. I'm gonna do that. It's a really good shout. I'm gonna put that there. I'll put it on 6 for low one. Yeah, but anyway, Harmon, I made a video straight after the announcement of Season of Discovery, and in that video, I basically said that this is the foundation of Classic Plus, and I think it is. I think with Season of Discovery, what they wanted to do is give us some new stuff. But ultimately, they want to see whether or not people actually want Classic Plus. Because we talk the talk, but can we actually... Do we play the game when it comes out? Or do we say, no, I don't like this. I don't like this. It's not classic enough. Or it's too many changes. Or there's not enough changes. I think they want to trial it with SOD. And so I think that the beta is a good term for it. I think that the season element in the title, you've got to digest what that means a little bit. And I think ultimately, for me, this is something that's finite, right? They'll run the Season of Discovery. Maybe they'll run it for a year. I think they'll run it for a year. I think that's what they've got planned. And they'll see where we're at after a year. And if we're in a position where there's a lot of people still playing it, and a lot of people have really enjoyed the new content, and they've maybe drawn players in, because there's new stuff, players who, haven't tried Classic WoW before, or maybe haven't even tried WoW before, and know that old school WoW is great, but they, it's like a completed game, then they'll probably say, right, we're going to restore everything, we're going to reset everything, Classic Plus is coming. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but hey, I didn't expect them to do Season of Discovery, so, I think it's a good start. That's my take on it all. Right, where are we going? Frostbane Hold. I think that this is going to be a bit of a... Let's see how tough we are now. Now that we've got these things. Where did I put Crusader? Is that Crusader there? Okay. I'm going to try out See the Crusader as well. Hi Vulgrant, sorry I meant to put it with my suggestion. It would be nice if they finished off some of the old quest lines, etc. in Classic Plus. Yeah, Common Sense. So, with the private servers, I don't know if you've ever played it, but obviously one of the most notable private servers at the moment is called Turtle WoW. And on Turtle WoW, they essentially implemented loads of quests that ideally would have been in the vanilla game. And I've barely played it because one of the problems of being a content creator is that playing on private servers, it's like it puts you in the firing line from Blizzard. You're putting so much at risk because you're essentially providing them with the smoking gun to say you're breaching TOS. So I don't really play on them much. But I did try Turtle WoW, and one thing that blew me away from the start was I was doing the Undead starting zone in Deathnell, and I love Undead. I love Undead. In the context of World of Warcraft, of course. It's a very strange sentence if said in any other context. But I love the Undead in WoW. And what I really liked was that with Turtle WoW, they implemented a quest for you to kill the Matriarch Spider in Nightweb Hollow, the Spider Cave in the Deathnell area. And that isn't in Classic WoW. It's not in World of Warcraft, but it felt like it belonged there. And that's what they should be trying to do with the finishing off quest lines and stuff, which is why I think Hyjal would be a great thing for them to implement, and why I think a legendary Ashbringer for Paladins would be ideal as well. Right, okay. Let's get ourselves to brew now, because otherwise we'll be it'll be ages before we get there. In a recent interview, they did mention that they talked about an alternative timeline for Classic. They were hesitant of going that route. Can you imagine Classic Plus with Illidan, Lich King and others? I think that nothing would get more people more interested than an alternative timeline for WoW. But I think that if they're going to do that, they shouldn't do it with Season of Discovery. They should do Season of Discovery to trial out the features that we like. And when they do Classic Plus, I would love it if they did a different timeline from the beginning. Like, not a case of going in a different direction, but rather have it set in Warcraft 2. I know a lot of people say this, but something like that would be sick. Have it set in Warcraft 2. If you play an orc, you are literally, imagine, you start off your character, and you are in the ruins of Stormwind. Stormwind is burning, and the old horde is looking for its new direction. And you would have characters like Orgrim and Grom Grom would be back in Outland, to be fair, but you'd have characters like Orgrim and Rexxar, and then you'd have characters like Black Hand and stuff like that. And then on the other side of things is the Alliance. It would be Lordaeron, it would be, like Turalyon, Uther the Lightbringer, young Arthas. They could do something really, really immense with that. So I'm not sure. But I think a new timeline in general, or a changed timeline, would be good. Whatever they do with it. What do you think about the BC socket system? Do you think it has a place in potential future of Classic Plus? Dual crafting. Potentially. I mean, I'm not sure. I think that with the rune system that they've got going on now, you could really make a case that dual crafting would go really well with the runes. Because if, for example, look at the rogue tank, which is probably what I'm going to end up playing for SOD. If I'm playing Horde, which I think I am, I'm probably going to end up playing a rogue tank. Realistically speaking, you're going to be going for as much like dodge and parry, right? It would be so cool if you had some rogues where they were socketing for agility and, like agility and crit, let's say. And then you had tank rogues who were socketing for agility and parry. Stuff like that would be really cool. It would add to an extra level of inter-specialization, if that makes sense. If you get what I'm saying there. Right. Let's crack on, guys. Let's get to level 10. I've made a promise to you all.
What's on your mind? What's your beck?
Iceclaw bears, crag boars, killing more boars. Come on, man. We're decreasing the wildlife population. The perfect stout. I'm on a quest. A quest to make the perfect stout. I know I can do it. Brewing's in my blood. I just need to find the recipe. The Frostbane trolls grow a plant, shimmerweed, high up in the hills to the east. They use it in their strange tribal rituals. We dwarves haven't found much use for it, but it has a unique taste, and I want to experiment with it in my brews. Get me some shimmerweed from Frostbane seers, or swipe it from the troll shimmerweed baskets. Let's do it.
Good.
Let's do it.
Hi.
And we need to go to... Oh, we're doing some skullduggery. Replacing brews. Isn't there a quest like this in Skyrim? I'm pretty sure there is. Is it the Honeymead Brewery? Louisa, do you remember that?
We have to go and cook meat or something.
Yeah, you have to go and cock up the mead. Yeah. Thought so. Right. We do a Skyrim playthrough every year at Christmas. It's just the perfect game for the Yule time season. Know that game inside out, and it's not even my favourite Elder Scroll, by the way. That's a conversation for another time. Let's get ourselves killing animal creatures. Right. God, my inventory's already really full.
Interest you on a pint?
Do I need these? No, 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 no. Crab boar ribs and rhapsody malt. Should probably keep these. I don't even know cooking yet, unless there's a cooking trainer here. I'm going to run out of inventory space, aren't we? Really quickly. We'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of the malachite for now. And let's do it. Look at that setting. How cool is that? Look at that. Look at the ambience of it. You can hear the wind rustling through the trees. The light of the braziers. Crows overhead in a dark night sky. Where's the moon at? No moon in sight. Right. Did I sell my health pots? I think I did. I think I did. Not paying enough attention. Let's get those back if we can.
How are you?
Cheers for that. Bring back common sense. Bring back the health pots, more like. Right. Okay, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to skirt around the lake. That's my plan. Where's Frostmane Hold? Is it down there? Isn't Frostmane Hold near to Gnomeregan? Take the road out north out of Karanos. When you get to the bridge, follow the frozen ice lake. For Bruno well. Hold is southwest of the village. Yeah, right. Let's go to Frostmane. Let's go to Frostmane. Yeah, thanks for reminding me that. Few indeed, because we know that I'm going to need those pots. Okay, that looks like the hold over there to me. It's been ages since I've done this. I don't tend to play dwarves, and it's a bit silly because, like, they're great. What am I most excited for about Season of Discovery? Honestly, for me, it's got to be just the new original content. I'm not as interested in the class augmentations, though I think that they are great, and I think that they're the big sell for a lot of people. I'm much more interested in the raid. And I'm not a huge fan of Blackfathom Deeps. Whoa! Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Stay away, Mr. Snow Leopard. I'm not a huge fan of Blackfathom Deeps as an instance. I would much rather that they done Shadowfang Keep, but I totally get why they did, because they want to, they want to influence the raid scene with the PvP scene in Ashenvale and all of that jazz. But I need to concentrate here. But yeah, no, it's the new raid that I'm most interested in, because what it says, it's more what it says about common sense is really living up to his name at the moment. Yeah, I'm most excited for the raid, to put it bluntly. I think that the class orgs are interesting, but I'm more excited for what the new raid implies for the future of the game. You know, we're here talking about the prospect of 40-man Scarlet Monastery raids. We're only talking about that because of the Blackfathom Deeps thing. If they told me that all we were going to have to look forward to was the class augmentations, I would see this as a lot more like Season of Mastery. It's the original content that will power the game forward. I'm staying well clear of these guys. Thanks again, by the way, Common Sense, for that. Stone form we need. Fully explore Frostmane Hold. Okay, we need to be super careful here. So, what about you, Harmon? What are you most excited for Season of Discovery? This is a really wide cave, so hopefully we'll be safe. Seems to be a few other dwarves in here, which is good. Hopefully they'll help us out. If we need help, we can run past them. Right. I'm going to try Crusader. I'm going to try Crusader. See how that goes. Damn. So what's the crack with Crusader then? Is it that it deals less damage each strike? Oh. Increases holy damage taken. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm going to take a moment to read this. I'm going to eat some of my food because it's just wasted in my bags at the moment. Right, so Seal of the Crusader fills the Paladin with the spirit of a Crusader for 30 seconds, granting 31 melee attack power. The Paladin also attacks 40% faster. Right, okay. But deals less damage with each attack. Only one seal can be active every time. Unleashing the seal's energy will judge an enemy for 10 seconds, increasing holy damage taken by up to 20. And the other one... It does instant damage. Okay. So it buffs my holy damage. Yeah, I was thinking that Silent Knight. The idea is get your Crusader debuff on the target and then go back to doing Seal of Righteousness because then you're unleashing extra holy damage. Yeah. Sounds ideal to me. I'll be conservative with mana though because playing defensively is kind of important here. So we'll see whether or not I can keep it up. Also, thanks for saying that you enjoy the stream. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Feel free to stick around and have a chat. Really up for it. This is the first stream I've done, so I'm just... no, we got that. Just getting used to it all. But really enjoying myself. It's really fun being able to have a chat with everyone. Right, okay, so debuff them with that, then get Righteousness on. Ah, okay, so it refreshes. It refreshes with auto attacks, ideal. And then does extra damage, yeah. I see. Yeah, I see the point. That makes it a lot more interesting. I didn't realise that Paladin gameplay could like have a few more nuanced bits to it like that. My experience of it was just Seal of Righteousness and Judgment from level 1 to 58, at which point I swapped it out for a DK. That was my TBC Wrath experience of the Pally. Right, okay, let's be very careful here. I really like the idea of more complex classes, but the most I'm excited for is to see the original missing content like Hyjal or maybe Gilneas. Yeah, good shout. I'm really glad that I chose to go with the Paladin and that you guys are here helping me out with the different just knowledge about how to play one, because the video that I'm making about the Paladin, which is the next one that's going to be coming out next week, it's all about discussing how the Paladin had fairly simplistic gameplay that was limited largely to a healing role in vanilla, but ironically with retail later on, the gameplay became much more exciting and much more varied, but at the cost of the whole theme of the class. And I think that there's an interesting irony to that speaks to the whole nature of retail WoW in my mind. It became more flashy and more action-packed, but lost that depth. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but yeah. To me, if somebody said to me now, like, what can you describe the Paladin as? Like, describe the Paladin to me as best as possible. I would just say it is a melee class that can tank, heal, and DPS using yellow spells. That's the class. But if you asked me back in vanilla, I would give you a complex answer talking about everything from the origins of the Order of the Silver Hand, characters like Uther, Tyrion, and Alexandrus Mograine. I'll talk about the Church of the Light and how it compares to medieval Catholicism and all this kind of stuff. But modern Paladin, like Turalyon in Legion, man, nah. Not feeling it. Right, we need to kill more headhunters. I love the fog. What's going on with this fog? I can't see a thing. Crazy. Boom. Big hits. Got him on the run. Nice. When they went away from the 3-tier talent tree, I loved it when you could put points in all 3 talent trees. Oh god. Okay, we got to be extremely careful here. We could be in a bad way here. Let's be careful. I'm going to heal now before this guy runs, just in case he pulls something. Okay. Let's blast him. Let's get lucky, let's get lucky. Okay. Right, let's run out. And let's drink. It's getting dicey, guys. It's getting pretty dicey. We've done well, but I said that I can get higher than level 8, and I'm trapped in this cave. What are we going to do, boys? Grinbeard's first test as a paladin. Right, we need to kill this guy, don't we? Okay. Oh god, he's level 10. Okay. He's level 10. I'm stone forming. I'm stone forming. Ooh. Okay. Let me heal. Let me heal. Let me please heal. Let me please heal. Okay. This is it. We're gonna do it. Relying on nothing but auto attacks. Oh. I think this could be the end. I think that... I'm terrified. I am absolutely terrified. I'll take a moment to calm my nerves. I don't know how we get out of here, guys. I genuinely don't know. I think that we've got to... Can we loop round? Is this a loop cave? Is that our option here? Do we maybe try and fight our way to level 8 and have a bit of an easier time of it? Half. That's a good shout. I'm gonna have to kill both of these guys though. Okay. I'm gonna use a pot there. Just cowardly, I know, but I'm gonna use one. This guy's level 8, so he's not so hard. Have I done the beer run yet? I'm not sure. I don't think I have, no. No, I haven't. I think we have to half. I mean, to be fair, we've nearly done this quest. Ooh, what's that? 3.2 DPS. It's quite big, but we've got no skill in it. Do we risk it? What's our skills at now? We're only at 1 out of 35. We'll probably get it fairly quickly, right? Let's whip to this. We have bubble. We do have bubble, yes. We do have that as a last defense. But you can't bubble half in this game, I don't think. Okay. Oh, God, this guy's level 10 as well. Okay. Oh, no. This was a bad idea. This was a really bad idea. Really bad idea. Yeah, this is a really bad idea. I think this is it. Okay, I need to put this back on. Okay. Yeah, I know. Stone form again. Yeah, it's over, guys. It's absolutely over. There's no way. Or is there? Oh, clutch. Clutch. Come on. Okay. Let's walk over here so that he doesn't run the wrong way. Okay, I am halving out of here. I don't care if I've got one of them left. I am getting out of here. I am getting out. Ooh, that's a close one, boys. Oh. Can we all take a moment and breathe? Let's let the let's let the blood pressure come down a little bit. Yeah. Ooh. Right, okay. We're going to keep hold of this because this is good, and we'll probably buy some rubbish shield to go with it. Wow, I can feel the lactic acid build up in my legs, and I've been sat down this entire time. Oh. Wow. Right, well we're back where it all began, boys, in Coleridge Valley. We're not in Garanos because I didn't set my Hearthstone. But we made it out alive. Don't say that I don't give you excitement on the stream, because I don't think it gets much closer than that. If it wasn't for common sense pointing out those 2 healing potions, we would have been gone. We would have been gone. Okay, so I'm going to pick up a shield. I know it's not very good, but it's only 77 copper. We tanking now. Got our little... This hammer makes no sense, by the way. It should be the other way around, the head. The big part should be down here. Yeah, we're going to level up our skill.
What can I get for you today?
Oh, wow. Let me alt-tab quickly and see how we're doing on the stream. Ideal. Holding steady. Holding steady, boys. Right, okay. What are we thinking then? Hang around in Coleridge for a little bit? Level up the base skill. Yeah, it's better. Much better. Much better. See, it is bits like that though that make hardcore interesting, right? It was scary. It is stuff like that that makes hardcore WoW interesting, because, you know, when else are you going to feel excitement and tension in a cave at level 7? You know, unless you're doing some ERP with a buxom night elf female, do you know what I mean? Like, do the other quest first before you go in again. Yeah, so we had this one. We also have to do, this thing in Karanos as well. The beer quest. The Golbar Quarry ones, I haven't done any of them yet, Common Sense. It might be a good idea. I think that what we were doing in Frostbane Hold is probably better being around 8 or 9, to be honest. But we're not far off. We're not far off. Seriously though, what a close shave. It doesn't get much closer than that. I'm just so lucky that I picked up a couple of potions. The light was with us, that's what I like to say. Kill everything along the way in this tunnel. Why not? Why not? Take advantage of these low-level mobs. I think that when you're fighting things that are weaker than you don't really notice the mana cost that much, but as soon as you're relying on stuff like Holy Light, and you're constantly casting Judgment more than once in a fight, you become really painfully aware. Wow, this is much better, this weapon. Much better. Right. I don't mind helping my friend out here as well. Give him a hand. Well, we got gloves wise at the moment now. We've got mail. We'll get rid of the ruined pelt. It'll sell for less. Let me just take a moment, guys, to thank you all for coming along to the stream. I'm having a real blast. It's just nice having you dudes around to tell me how to play this class, because I certainly don't know what I'm doing. I think we've had a really good night so far. I'm enjoying myself. I can totally see why people like Asmon carry on streaming for like 8 hours. I'm not going to do that, but I can see why they do it. Hey, thanks Harmon, I really appreciate it. I do want to start doing more of them. I want to try... Did I just hit that boar after I killed it? I'm pretty sure I just clobbered that boar after he was already dead. He's already dead. He's already dead. But yeah, no Harmon, thank you so much, man. I'm glad that you've been entertained. I want to do these streams more often. I want to try and do them at least 3 nights a week. Hopefully, as they become more regular, more people will show up to them. Not that I mind, but, you know, it would be good for more people to join from the Vulgrim community, if you want to call it that. The only issue is that because of my job, I don't have regular shifts. It's like a rolling pattern. And as a result, I can't, like, say, oh, yeah, I'll stream this day, and this day. So, yeah. But I definitely want to be doing it at least 3 times. Common sense... Dude, you are responsible for the stream continuing, my friend. If it wasn't for you, we would be dead in a cave. We'd be like that caveman in the block of ice in that episode of Scooby-Doo from 1969. You might not know what I'm talking about, but yeah. Cheers, King of Mexico. Appreciate that, man. Lurking in the background. Chilling behind the scenes. I like this because, like, hopefully, you know, you guys, like you say, you've enjoyed it a bit, which is great. I'm really happy to hear it. So, you know, if you know there's going to be another one in a couple of days' time and you're free, maybe you'll think, wow, let's see what other class you'll mess up. You know it is. We are getting to level 10 tonight, though. I am not finishing this. We don't live. No one leaves here until our job gets done. Like the big man Arthur said himself. No one's going home until our job here is done. Right. Where are we going then? Let's poison these beer barrels first. You're running some Scarlet Monastery in the background. Are you, what are you doing it on? Just classic era? Or are you doing hardcore yourself? Right, okay,
You got my attention.
sell this stuff. We could really do with getting some trade stuff while we're here, actually. Like cooking for that little extra bit of stamina really helps here. Make a bank tune so you can send money to... Yeah, that's a good shout, to be fair. We'll see how far we get. To be honest with you, I'm just... If we can get to level 10, I'll have proven the naysayers wrong. That I can do more than just talk about the game. I can actually play it. Says the guy who forgot to use stone form and sold his potions. Right, apprentice cooking. Classic Vanilla WoW moment here, guys. They give you a low-level cooking recipe, right, at level 5, straight off the bat, before you could have even possibly learned cooking, and then make it that you need to have higher skill before you can do it. Bravo. Bravo. Right, what can we do? We can cook, can't we? Let him cook. We need to have this activated as well. I'm going to be looking for treasure. They're here. Herb baked eggs. Small eggs. Okay, right. Well, at least we can now hopefully pick up wolf meat and stuff. We've got enough wolves to kill. You're doing it on Era? Yeah, Era. I thought for some reason I confused Era with retail. I was like, well, you're running Scarlet Monastery on retail? How strange. How unique. How did you manage to get a group for it? Era, I really want to do a hardcore run. My broadband likes to cut out once a day for 5 minutes. Yeah. And you know that those 5 minutes would happen to be just when you were in a position like we were in just there. Yeah. My heart can't take it either. Oh, we were going to do the beer thing here, weren't we? Sorry. Getting carried away. If you're wondering what that noise is, by the way, I've got like one of those weird suction tube drinks bottles, if you can call it that, with some delicious high sugar content orange squash. We call it orange squash here in the UK. I think you guys would call it, like, I don't know, like when you mix a little bit of the cordial with water. I don't know if you call it, do you call it squash over there in America? I don't know. Right, okay, so the kegs. Down in the cellar, right? Oh.
Great to meet.
Thunder Ale. Oh, so do we need to get him a Thunder Ale before we can do the quest? Okay. Alrighty then. I love these little areas in these inns where you can chill. This is why I wish there was some sandbox elements in game. I would love it if there was more reason for your character to be in a place like this. You know, like for a buff and stuff like that. Okay, we need to buy Thunder Ale or some sort of ale thing, don't we, for this guy? What was it that you wanted? Thunder Ale, yeah. How much of retail did I play? I played retail up until... It depends what you mean, because I've played every expansion to some extent or another, but I stopped playing retail properly in Shadowlands. So what it was a combination of... I started my channel just before Shadowlands came out, and I was keen to get back into it. I've been playing on private servers for a while, and really enjoying that, but I was keen to get back into retail and raid with my friends. And I was hyping up Shadowlands on my channel, and then it came out, and I was so disappointed. And I left partway into the first tier, or season, or whatever they're calling it now. And I basically didn't play WoW for like a year. Played some Final Fantasy. Came back and played a bit of Wrath Classic when it came out. And I played Dragonflight briefly, but some things happened in my own life. My best friend sadly passed away, who I did the channel with. And that kind of put me off playing WoW for quite a while. But also, I started playing Dragonflight and played it for like a day or two, and I just didn't get into it. I just couldn't get into it. It just didn't feel like WoW to me at all. And everyone has their different idea of what WoW's like, but for me, DF just... it feels like a different game, and, you know, fair play to them for trying something different, but yeah, not for me. And then obviously in April, May, I came back to both Classic WoW and to the channel, realised, wow, I absolutely love Classic. I've always loved Classic. I want to talk about it. And the channel's kept me going ever since, so yeah.
How are ya? See you soon.
Right, so he's gonna go up there. And I'm gonna bust these barrels open, right? Right? What am I supposed to do? Should have read the quest text. In the basement, replace the barrel with Thunder Ale with a barrel. Okay, where's the barrel? Where are we going? Is it downstairs? Is this where we do it? Oh no. Oh no. He's gonna come down. He's gonna come back down. The barrels are guarded, then you might have to do the guard. Yeah. Where's the barrel? Where's the goddamn barrel? Isn't there something to click on here? It's in his corner. Oh, that? Really? Not the giant kegs? Cheers, Silent Night. Lifesaver. Dude was literally coming down the stairs. Alright, dude. Yeah, barrel watching went fine. See you later. Wow. Right. Okay. Thanks so much, man. How am I finding streaming? I don't know whether to call you King of Mexico or King or Mexico. If I call you Mexico, it's like, oh yeah, you know, he's a Mexican, so I'm just going to call him Mexico. Mr. Mexico. His Royal Highness. Your Highness, that's what I'll call you. Well, Your Highness. I find streaming to be really fun. I've always wanted to do it. The problem in the past that I had was I didn't have a laptop. Well, I didn't have a PC, I had a laptop, and it wasn't capable of streaming properly. Like, I could stream a chat, but I couldn't stream a game. It just didn't have the CPU to do all of that. And the place that I was at as well didn't have the internet to reliably stream. Now, at first I was concerned that we weren't going to have the internet either, but it turns out that it seems to be working just fine. The issue with streaming is that you've got so much more to be worried about. I don't find chatting, talking absolute crap for hours on end and talking to you guys. I love that. And I think that the interaction side of this is just great. I think it's really fun. But getting set up and figuring out what to do when things go wrong, that's where it's a real pain. Like, I know if I upload a video and there's a real big problem with it, let's say there's like a black screen for like 5 minutes halfway in the video for some reason because I've messed something up in editing, I can just delete that video and re-upload it. No problem. But if there's a problem with the stream, then you know that you're constantly going to be leaving people waiting for when you're going to come back online or waiting for you to fix the problem. And once you're live, right? If you mess up on live TV, then it's there for all to see, right? Words to live by. So it's a little bit more scary, but once you know what you're doing, it's fun. And generally, all kinds of content creation are great. Personally, I'm just glad that I'm able to now play the game and make content at the same time. Because up until now, like when I was doing my vanilla series, I had to choose one night after work whether I was going to actually play the game and move on with my character and do stuff, or work on the content. And some of the scripts I make for my videos are like 4, 5, 6,000 words long. They're like dissertation levels. So they can take days to write. With this, I can make content and also play the game, which is awesome. Long answer to a short question, but hey, there it is. Dwarves are the original beer brewing chads, not pandas. Yeah, I completely agree. I wish that they'd gone more with like a tea brewing vibe with the pandas. I mean, I kind of wish they hadn't bothered with the pandas at all, but I'm mellowing over the years. I'm becoming less of a grumpy teenager when it comes to the Pandaren, but yeah. Nice to see you in the chat, by the way, Draken, or Draken. I think you're new to the chat, so thank you very much for dropping by. And dropping sage wisdom with with your chat about dwarves. Harmon, I would stream on the 30th, but I think that the servers will just be in a bad way, so I'm not sure about that. Snow leopards. Okay, we need to go down here, I think, for our prey. I think we need to go down back to Brunel, both to hand in that quest, but also to kill the wildlife. I think the high-level wildlife is up here. Also, I really love the idea of Brunel. I love the idea of an iced over lake. I think it's really cool. This place is really getting me in the mood to play Skyrim. Asgale and Adelhate reached level 60. Congratulations, my friends, though we do not know each other. You're in my thoughts. Silent Knight says, what's your opinion on the assassination options for Rogue in Season of Discovery? Will it be worth it, or will combat still rule? I've not looked too much into assassination. Am I right in thinking they're getting Envenom? Is that what they're getting? Because that's pretty strong, if that's what they're going with. Personally, Silent Knight, I think that I'm going to be going with Tank Rogue. And I'm like a lifetime Combat Rogue player. Like, I love Combat Rogue. It's my favourite spec in game. And it's the spec that I probably know best in old school WoW. There's very little that'll nudge me from playing combat. And if, as I hope, all of the runes relating to tanking are tied to combat, so much the better. Because for me, what always got me about Combat Rogue was the fantasy of being like a lightly armoured swordsman. Oh, they're getting Mutilate too. Ooh. That could be big. That could be big. Like I say, my intention is to go preferably like swords tank. Combat swords tank, if I can. I think that would be ideal, because for me, like I was saying, the fantasy for me is about being a lightly armoured warrior, like nimble on your feet and dexterous. Like doing a dex build in a Souls game. I love the idea of being that kind of... If you've ever read or seen Berserk, I like the idea of being Griffith. Just in terms of combat style, I like the idea of being like Griffith instead of being like Guts, essentially. Paul, my man, how are you doing, brother? Good to see you here, bro. I've not seen you in a good while, Paul. I'm so glad that you're here, man. Paul Wilkinson is one of my good friends, a good IRL friend, and long-term supporter and friend of the stream. Of the channel. Whoa. Put that phone away. None of that buzzing. Yeah, we need to be careful with this mace. Be careful. Your mace level is still just sufficient for level 6. Do you mean my skill level? My skill level or the mace itself? Because it's kind of all we've got at the moment. I think we're alright because these enemies here, these boars, they're all neutral. They're all pretty strong. I mean, Paul, we've been going for over 3 hours, mate, so I'm not sure how much longer. To be fair, like, I feel like I could go all night long. I feel like I could full on all night long it. But probably not the best idea, but hey. Stick with a vague acquaintance, indeed. Cheers, Common Sense. Congrats on the level up. Level 8. We need to go back and train, I think. I might do that before going to into Frostmane Hold. See what we get at level 8. Winter Wolf. I love this frozen lake. I think it's so cool. Just like the little bit there that you can fish in. Love it. Another paladin friend. A fellow... Well, he's just running around in circles. I was going to say a fellow knight of the silver hand, but... Seems like a bit of an oddball. Farewell, my friend. Off into the sunset. Right, Winter Wolf. We don't need those. We need snow leopards and ice claw bears. I really think twice of letting a rogue tank a dungeon. You have no avoidance until you activate Blade Dance, or whatever it's called, and no AoE aggro, or is it just me? Yeah. I'm not sure how exactly it's going to work. I think that a lot of people love the idea of that extremely high parry, high dodge tank. Like, what rogue didn't back in the day try and get their dodge so high that they were essentially, like, unhittable. I think it's very cool. It's just about threat generation, and again, the AoE threat. I wouldn't be surprised, Harmon, if they don't bring in Fan of Knives. And I don't like Fan of Knives, I'm just going to put it out there. I really don't like Fan of Knives. And it's part of the problem that I see with the class design of the expansions, particularly from Wrath onwards, which was, let's give every class and every spec a tool for every scenario. So rogues suddenly have Fan of Knives. Paladins start getting, you know, movement speed boosts with, like, later on, I know that's later on in the game, they start getting movement speed boosts. You know, Warlocks start getting, like, every class has an offensive, a defensive, a heal. Warlocks start getting teleportation, so now Warlocks have some sort of small movement increase as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, every class got a tool for every situation, which I'm sure is great for hardcore PvPers, but from a PvE perspective, and when it comes to class fantasy, I think it ruins it. That's all I'll say. I know it's an old school perspective on MMOs, but hey, I'm playing Classic, so, you know. Yeah, Daxian, this is it, man. And I would say that rogues are one of the lowest level offenders for this. I was saying this before, Daxian, I don't know if you were here at the time, but I was saying about half an hour ago that in the Paladin video that I'm making, one of the main points I make is that despite how limited the vanilla Paladin was in terms of its damage output, just being Seal and Judgment and maybe Exorcism and Consecrate, the Paladin had the most immersive class theme of any class in vanilla. The class quests for Verrigan's Fist and for the level 60 Epic Mount are amazing. The theme of being like a righteous crusader against the armies of darkness in places like Duskwood when you kill Morladim and things, absolutely amazing. You never doubt what your place is in the world, and this is a role-playing game. But you never ever doubt what role you're playing in the game, you see? But as the expansions went on for the Paladin, more and more you stopped being that role of a righteous, honourable knight using holy powers and part of a system and part of an order, and you just became, we are the warrior that uses the yellow spells and we follow one particular cosmological force, because nothing is tied to any kind of, like, there's no religious elements anymore, there's no mysticism, it's all just cosmological stuff. You know, what's the difference really between the light, the shadow, the fel? What is the difference? If they're all just tied to different entities of different levels of power in the universe, then there's no difference. So yeah, it might be an L take, but that's how I've always felt about it. I think what solidified it for me, guys, was I was so into the Paladin in Legion. I was really into it because, you know, for me, fighting demons, just as cool as fighting the undead. And ultimately, the Paladins were created to fight demons first, right? In the Second War. They were. I was going to say Second World War there, but kind of the Second World War. But they were created to fight the Death Knights, the Warlock Death Knights. And the power of the light was put against the power of Fel. But in Legion, I was really looking forward to things like the return of Turalyon and stuff like that. And then when they brought him back, and you have that scene where he, you know, tries to kill Illidan, and Illidan grips the blade and is like, "Yeah, only we can save ourselves, and there is no chosen one," and all that stuff. It's like, I get what they were going for, but Turalyon didn't seem like this badass paladin on the level of Alexandros Mograine, Tyrion, or Uther, which is where he should be. He's at that level. Instead, he just seemed like a warrior that has light bulb armor and uses a light bulb sword in space. It was really jarring for me. I hated it. I think that WoW has always done a good job of treading the line between sci-fi and fantasy, but this cosmology stuff, man, not a fan of it. I hope that they do it better in the World Soul Saga. His Highness, His Royal Highness, King of Mexico, says, "In my opinion, Season of Discovery will be super fun. But I really hope they scale a lot of this stuff back so they don't damage the class identity." Yeah, that's the concern I've got. Absolutely. My concern is that they are bringing in too much stuff too quickly. And some of it looks really fun. And some of it will play really fun. Don't want to know what the hell's going on over here, by the way. It looks fun, but I just don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about it. In some cases, like Metamorphosis Tank Warlocks, I think that's a cool idea. But then when you look at the Shaman and how it's just Wrath Shaman, and how it's only set up to use dual wield, that worries me a little bit. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. The thing with the Classic is that as soon as you finish the starting area, there are basically no point of going there again. Like, if you finish Teldrassil, the only reason you go after is for the capital city. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I was thinking that before, because I love Coldridge Valley, the dwarf starting area. I remember years ago, I don't know why this memory sticks in my mind, but I have a particular memory. I had an audiobook of Lord of the Rings. It probably doesn't surprise any of you that I am a massive, massive Tolkien fan. Huge Tolkien fan. And I had an audiobook of Lord of the Rings playing, and I just spent an evening. It was a cold winter evening. I wasn't feeling very well, and I just spent my evening leveling through Coldridge Valley. And it is a shame that you don't get to go back to these places that are so iconic. Even just little things would be great. Like, why is it that, you know, why can't we have a level 60 Paladin quest where you have to go back to Northshire Abbey? I mean, that might exist for all I know, but I think that would be great. Something that encouraged you to go back to Northshire. Maybe one where, like, you have to, like, teach. Oh, okay. Right, okay. Let's see how we do here. We'll pop Stone Form. Let's see how tanky we are now. Oh, we're strong. We're good. Mr. Mexico. I like that. Like some sort of 40s Marvel superhero. We've got Mr. Mexico. Mr. Mexico in my mind. I'm sorry if this is out of turn, but I imagine Mr. Mexico having just the most badass sombrero and just being able to pull out all kinds of stuff from it, like pulling out revolvers and things from a poncho and a sombrero, and just pulling out like revolvers and stuff, you know, cowboy boots. I love it. I come from about as far away from Mexico as you can get, so apologies for my very crude, very basic idea of the ultimate of what Mr. Mexico is in my mind. Either that dude, or I picture it being like Lalo Salamanca from Better Call Saul, the most badass Mexican of all time. But yeah. Right. A big part of WoW is that as you're low level, you see a high level on a mount, and just the coolness of that wants you to level up more. Completely agree, Harmon. One of my earliest memories from WoW is leveling my paladin in Westfall, and there was an undead rogue in Dreadmantle. Is it Dreadmantle? Tier 5. Rogue Tier 5. The one that looks like a shredder. On an undead steed, and he looked like a Nazgul. The dude was like in the cornfields, and I was hiding in the cornfields. And he was on the road. I don't know what he was doing there. Probably just like killing lobies or something, and I don't think he saw me. And it was literally like that scene where the hobbits have to hide from the Nazgul. No worries, Paul. Thanks for stopping by, man. Love to see you, bro. We'll have to speak soon, mate. You'll have to get on one of these streams, Paul. Get your YouTube channel up there. For me, it was Vanilla plus TBC plus Wrath of the Lich King were like the Avengers Infinity. Yeah, I know what you mean. To me, I would say that Vanilla TBC and Wrath, you could make a close comparison with the Lord of the Rings film trilogy. In that, like, for me, Fellowship of the Ring is the film that is most, like, it's my favourite. It's old school. It's where it all began. It's the most adventurous one. Then you have The Two Towers, which was very ambitious and brought in a lot of new stuff, and is kind of like the one that people forget about, but is really underrated. And then you have Return of the King, which was like the most flashy, action-packed one with the biggest budget, where it tied up the whole story. But at the same time, I can understand the argument that it kind of lost some of the adventure feel. That's kind of how I compare it. I think you can make a strong comparison between the original trilogy of WoW with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And then everything after that, compare it to The Hobbit. Right, okay, I'm gonna kill some more wildlife, I think. I'm really enjoying this conversation, lads. We've got some really good chat going on. I'm liking killing animals that don't want to fight me. It's a lot more peaceful. Much more of a peaceful scenario. Harmon says that Cataclysm is a misunderstanding of the wishes of the players at the time. People love the world and wanted Blizzard to expand on it, not to destroy it. Yeah. My earliest memory of the Cataclysm period was the friend of mine who got me into WoW and me were looking at the Cataclysm announcement. And he basically told me that a lot of people that he knew in his guild that were raiding ICC were concerned for it because the world was going to be changed forever. And it sounds obvious now, but you can't underestimate how big an impact that had. People to this day will tell you, like, oh, Cataclysm didn't change that much. You know, all it changed was the old world that people don't level in that much anyway. No, Cataclysm is what fundamentally put the rubber stamp on the changes that were being made in Wrath. It was in Cada that they said, right, we're flipping the script. This is no longer an old school role-playing MMO. Joe Flacco is the greatest playoff of all time, just to clarify my comment from hours earlier. Dude, I don't know what these things are. Is this an American football reference? I don't understand. 0 times. You commented like 3.5 hours ago saying Joe Flacco is the greatest of all time. Then you've come back 3 hours later saying the same thing. I've got no idea what it means. For all I know, I could be glorifying a serial killer right now. Don't worry about that noise in the background, guys. It's just a bit of a, it's just the kettle. Just the kettle. Bottle of water and all of that. Right, football quarterback, right. I'm terrible at sports, Zero. Like, I don't even know European football, i.e. soccer stuff, let alone American football. And the thing that's really sad is that there are some bits from Cada that I really liked, like the Thanks to the Father quest line, for example, the Molten Front. I really like the Molten Front stuff. I don't know if any of you are old and or sad enough to remember the Jesse Cox Bedroom Intruder parody song that he did. Well, obviously, we have a ganker in the Molten Front. If you remember that. Have I personally had a chance to talk with the developers? Harmon, if the World of Warcraft developers were willing to talk to a dude with 9,500 subscribers, then I think the game would have been in a much better state a long time ago. As it stands, I don't think I'm anywhere near having that kind of influence, which might be for a good thing. Oh no, Zero. Wrestling. Old school, WWE, WWF, during the Attitude Era. I'm into that. I'm absolutely into that. I need to be careful. I'm not paying enough attention and I'm getting very close to dying. Yeah, in terms of the people working on the project, I don't know what the name is, and it's very rude of me not to know. But the guy that said the whole "it's classic plus something new," the guy that did the main body of the Season of Discovery announcement, that guy seems like the sort of person that they need. Absolutely, I have faith in that guy. He seemed like he was passionate. He seemed like he had been wanting this himself, and was giving players what they actually wanted. So yeah. If they're all like him, or even if he is representative of a portion of the developers, then I think that we're hopefully in a good position. I believed him, put it this way, I believed him when he said that they were listening to player feedback. And that's the first person who said that from Blizzard in years where I've actually felt like what they said made sense and was a true account of their actual feelings. So, yeah. What else are we killing here? Snow leopards. Ooh, okay. There's a boar. A boar, bear, pig, beast. Yeah. All those things. Let's get this snow leopard. Yeah, come on. I also loved a lot of the quest lines from Kata, like the Rambo parody chain. Yeah, the one in Redridge Mountains. Yeah, it could have been added as a fun addition to an already cool world. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't see why they needed to revamp the world when they could have just revamped the quests. Like, added more quests, given people a reason to go back and do things. I think that would have been good. To an extent, I get it, because ultimately we just defeated the Lich King, so a lot of the reason for doing things changed, I guess. I think you can make that argument. But can we take a moment here to just comment on the biggest, worst change they made? And it was made in Wrath, to be fair, but Cataclysm cemented it. Why, oh why, did they replace the cool, undead version of human architecture that the undead had in places like Brill? Why did they replace that with the stupid Tim Burton stuff? I can't be the only one who thinks this. Is this a total, like... Is this a total L take? Am I the only one that thinks that the Tim Burton stuff, like, is nice, but just isn't right? Doesn't feel like vanilla? Or whatever? Maybe it's just me, I don't know. Okay, we've got a bear here and a leopard. I want the leopard. I think we can probably take them both. They're both level 7, to be fair. Zero knows it. Zero knows it. That's the thing. World of Warcraft has always had this sort of innocent, childlike quality with a lot of its stuff, and that's always been quite charming in my opinion. But they took it way too far in Kata. Way too far. I'm going to go in on both of these guys. I'm feeling lucky. Oh, the bear doesn't want none of it. He's backing off. I don't want any of it either, to be fair. I think we need to go and buy a new weapon. I think we could benefit from buying a new weapon after we do this quest. I don't know what you guys think. Kada was really jarring for me. Oh, Trick Pokemon, thanks for dropping by, man. New fellow in the chat. Everyone say hi. Kada was really jarring for me when it released. I was like fresh 19-year-old and grew up with vanilla at 13. Went back to go do vanilla content, and there was just a swirling black hole or something on the way. Yeah, I know, man. For me, so I started playing in the Burning Crusade, and I was 13 then. And it's weird because even though I only spent probably about a year and a half, 2 years in the old world before it was revamped, I feel like that old world massively resonates with me, much, much more than what came after with Kada. Here's the question though, guys, like, what do you think about the Cataclysm endgame zones? Because I think this is where there's maybe a bit of a different take, because I thought that certain endgame zones in Kada were really good and memorable. Like, I really enjoyed Hyjal, I'm just going to say it. I thought Hyjal was really fun. I remember really liking that that questline where you go underground in the mole machine. I thought that was sick. It was just me, but hey. I don't know if you guys remember the one I mean. You go like underground into like a cavern. Like, it's almost like a sort of Molten Core inspired area. Oh, let's buff our friend. Hey, we paladin now. Right, let's hand this one in.
Watch your
Boom.
back.
Ooh. Oh, it doesn't really do much. You could get a sharp axe. None of this stuff is useful to us. That's a bit disappointing.
Be
Oh well.
good. How are
Let's
you?
just
Off with you.
nope.
Watch your back.
Let's hand
Be
this in.
good.
Oh,
Off with
we've not
you.
done that one yet. Hey! Enstantec, thanks for joining, man. Yeah, I think it is where you fight the big fire turtle. It is definitely a Dark Iron bit, I'm sure of it. You go underground in a mole machine, and you have to do a load of things down there, and then you kind of go back out. I know that sounds really vague. I do think you fight a fire tortoise. That does sound familiar. Either that, you've just made up a great idea that they need to implement in it. Do we think, boys, that they'll implement new content in Classic Cataclysm, or do you think they'll save all of that just for your Season of
there.
Discovery stuff? Because that's the only way that I can see them making Cataclysm more viable.
Off with you.
Because I think that Classic Cada will see diminishing returns. Either that, or it'll become a massively PvP-centered game, and that'll be it. I feel like the later expansions started to feel claustrophobic. They crammed way too many things into such a small, relative to the amount of content area. Yeah, that's a good point. I think as well, they crammed players into the area. That's the main sin. And Cada, for its part, tried to fix that. But if you look at, for example, Mists of Pandaria, not only do you have to level to 85 before you can even start the content, but then you go to a completely different continent. At least with the Burning Crusade, half of the content was in the old world to begin with. Karazhan, Sunwell Plateau, not to mention the Blood Elf and Draenei starting areas. Do you know what I mean?
I have the finest wires in the land.
TBC is a massively underrated game, I'm going to say it. It is massively underrated, and it's way more like vanilla than Wrath, in my opinion. TBC is far closer to vanilla than it is to Wrath, even just the storyline, and the characters are far more authentic to their Wrath versions, to their vanilla versions. Intrepid Hermit, thank you so much, man. Sorry that you can't stay, but there will be more streams, and I'm glad that you're enjoying this one, and I hope you stop by in the future ones. Really awesome, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Common Sense, did you see the Nixium video? Like, I don't watch a huge amount of Nixium stuff, but I did appreciate his video where he played the clip of the Classic Cada announcement, and there was just, like, silence in the room. But to be fair to them, this BlizzCon was really quiet. I think that they've been really carefully vetting the audience. Because it used to be at BlizzCon, when an announcement was announced, when an announcement was made, you had a room full of about 300 sweaty nerds all shrieking like they were about to explode. But this BlizzCon, it was very muted. I've seen more engrossed and excited audiences at like work conferences. Do you know what I mean? Hot take, I appreciate the attempt by Turtle Wow, but holy cow, the writing in the new quest is not good. I've not done that much of it. I've not done a lot of Turtle Wow yet, Zero Dimes. I've only done a little bit of the Undead area. And I liked how they implemented some extra quests in there. But if it gets bad, then that's a shame. Yeah, they want to separate the new content into the season. I wouldn't be surprised if we get no new Cataclysm stuff, to be honest. Right. Do we go back? Do we go back? Or do we chance? I'm going to try and chance going on the mountain here to do the Shimmerweed bit and see how that goes. Draenei was a good retcon. I think, to this day, Zero, I think that Azure Mist Isle is one of my favourite zones in the entire game. And so is Blood Mist Isle. Oh, whoa, okay, I didn't notice these guys. I'm going to back away, okay. That's why we got to concentrate. Yeah, I think that Azure Mist Isle, to this day, is one of my favourite zones in the entire game. It's absolutely gorgeous. And the idea of lots of little islands where, you know, one of the islands has got a little kind of... One of the islands has got a little colony of owlkin on it. And the other one's got dragons on it, like on Blood Mist and stuff. Just, I think it's great. Super fantasy, super appealing. Hey, Homeless Dude, thank you so much, man. That's very kind of you. I'm really glad that you've enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you in the next one. It was really nice. Enjoy your day, man. They cut down the audience side due to relocation. That's an interesting one. I hadn't heard that before. And I totally agree, Mr. Mexico, in relation to Silvermoon. That place is absolutely amazing. And I have tried many times to break into the other half. The Canner announcement versus the Sod announcement was like the meme of the guys on the sofa. Yeah, sat inside to them chew up. Yeah. It was very much like a we have classic at home sort of situation, wasn't it? It was it was embarrassing. Preach had a video on the BlizzCon halls. Oh man, Preach Gaming. There was one channel more than any other that inspired me. I remember 10 years ago, me and my best friend were sat preparing for Warlords of Draenor, and we would watch Preach's streams, his web show streams, every weekend religiously. And the humour of him and his best mate Ghost, who was a credit to his channel by the way, was absolutely amazing, and it was just like ours, and nothing inspired me. I will always be so indebted to Mike for that, because honestly, Preach's channel inspired me completely. I still go back and watch his Resident Evil 7 stream. That's like on my watch list for, you know, if it's a rainy day and I want somebody to chill out in the background. Okay, he's level 9. I'm not really liking that. I just want some Shimmerweed. Where are your pots of Shimmerweed at? If Cataclassic fails, that would be great news for Classic Plus. It would mean the old world had more soul in it. I think it would certainly encourage them to put more time and money into vanilla. Is this not the way to the Shimmerweed pots? I think it is, right? Yeah. Right, okay. They're around here. I don't like the look of this, boys. I think that self-preservation is kicking in here. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this. There's a lot of these dudes, and they look like they cast spells, and I can't run very fast. I've got short legs. Look. Short legs. Got my little toes sticking out. Yeah, dude. Trick. Resident Evil 7. So me and Louisa, my girlfriend, we played Resident Evil 4, the remake. My mate Tim, who I do a lot of content with on here, he loves Resident Evil 4. It's his favorite game. And we played the remake. It was the first time I played RE4, and that game is absolutely phenomenal. And we had so much fun. We had so much fun playing RE4. But to this day, I think Resident Evil 7 is my favorite. I love 2. I think 2's great. But I think Resident Evil 7 is just amazing. That intro scene where you're figuring out what happened to the camera crew. Everything from when you start playing the game right up until when you kill the first boss with the car, when you kill Jack, I think it's just perfect. It's like being in a horror film. It's the closest I've ever seen in a game getting to playing a horror film. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to go and get some new spells. And I'm going to, if I can, and I'm going to get a new weapon. Because I think that we need more damage output. And I don't have a problem with that. Oh, wow, what did we get here? Oh, it's just 3. Yeah. There are many different kinds of players that play WoW now. Community has been split now even more with the announcement of Calla and Sod. I have some era guildies that hate Sod. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's completely understandable. This is why I always try my best to be fair on retail WoW. Because as much as I'm really not a fan of it, I appreciate that it's a game for a modern audience. For me, my argument is that why would you limit what you can do in an MMO by making it less of an MMO? WoW can either be the best game ever or the worst game, and it all comes down to how good the social interactions are. So why would you make the game less about the social interactions? If I want to play an RPG, a fantasy RPG, where I'm playing solo, I'll play Elden Ring. I'll play Morrowind. I'll play Baldur's Gate. And if I want to play with my friends, if I want to rock up on a Friday night, crush some bosses, go on an adventure, and fight some alliance, I'm a hard player, by the way, I'll play WoW. I'll play classic WoW. And that's how it is, right there. Right there, boys. Bellula and Hazel are great listens for retail content, but I put you up there with Metagoblin for classic content. Zero, that's really kind. I don't have such a high opinion of myself. I always envisage my content as being like... The main influence for me right now is Frederick Knudsen, Down the Rabbit Hole. I love the idea of talking at length and in depth about specific aspects of the world design and the game design that I enjoy. The next video I'm putting out is about the Paladin and just the immersive design of the Paladin. And the next video after that, if I can get it out before Season of Discovery, which I won't, but it'll happen at some point, is about Shadowfang Keep. And why Shadowfang Keep is one of the things I am most looking forward to doing at level 25. Because that dungeon is amazing. It is the only dungeon around that level where you have everything from different routes that you can take, optional bosses if you're only there at a certain time of day, different ways of doing it depending on whether you're Alliance or Horde, like, you know, the bit where you have to open the doors in the cells. Just, it's mini Karazhan.
What's on your mind?
And it's one of the first dungeons you run in Vanilla WoW. It's just tour de force. Can't wait to talk about it. Probably be like a 30-minute video talking about all of the things that inspired it and the background around Aragorn, and I hope you guys like it. It's the sort of stuff I like to make. Right, can we train anything? Parry, big. 0% chance to parry, love it. Purify, we'll take that. Hammer of Justice, yes, this is big. We need Hammer of Justice. That's a massive, massive upgrade. We need that one. So many moments where we need to stun before we heal. Hammer of Justice is going on the A button. Don't ask why, it's because I move using Q, W, and E. And I use A, S, and D for spells. And I'm left-handed, so I'm doing this with my right hand.
What's on your mind?
No one knew this about Shadowfang Keep. No one knew this. It's not that there's like optional bosses, so to speak, but there is a secret boss. Or a secret enemy, I should say. Kind of not too dissimilar to the mailman in Stratholme. Right, okay, what were we going to do? We were going to sell, weren't we? And we were going to... Ooh, I've got all these things. Can I do some cooking? I'm actually really getting into this, guys. I'm really getting into it. I'm having a great time. Right, let's make some foods for Grimbeard to snack on. I'm just reading you guys what you're saying. I haven't played RE in years, absolutely loved it, have to check it out again. Start with 2. Common sense, start with number 2. I think it's the best game to start with. It's so condensed, it's such a perfect Resident Evil game. It's not my favourite one, but it's just the perfect quintessential Resident Evil. Puzzles, secret doors, keys, you know, trapped in an interesting building, all that stuff. WoW is not 1 game, it's at least 5 games. I know, and that's both the blessing and the curse. What they have to do is find a way to make it work. Mini Karazhan, yep, it is Mini Karazhan. It's so much like Mini Karazhan. If they expanded it, and I'm going to talk about this in my video, there are so many things I would love them to do. I would love for them to do a dungeon area and have it as well that there is an alternate way in. If they were going to expand it, I would have that the dungeon started in Pyrewood Village. Kind of like Bloodborne style, you start in the village. There is a pall of mist over the village, and as you go through the instance, the bells start to ring. And I would have it that you would move through the village, and villagers would turn into Worgen as you approach them, and you would have a job where you'd have to find a particular villager who was inside the dungeon, who would unlock a gate that would lead you to a tunnel that would lead up into the bowels of the castle in the dungeon. But to find this guy, you'd have to go to different houses in Pyrewood Village, and you would click on different NPCs, most of which would turn into Worgen. So establish that theme. Then you would get this gate to open, and the NPC would lead you through some tunnels, like catacombs, with maybe like a vampire bat boss and stuff like that, and then you would end up in the dungeon. And that's how I would expand Shadowfang Keep. If it was up to me. Just one idea. Right. What time of day bosses? Yeah, I'll look up the optional boss in a minute. Zero Nine says, can't wait to hear. Always wanted to make a video on why gnomes deserve more respect with the bit of lore Blizzard has given us to this day. Yeah, I made a video, like, a lot of the videos I used to make were far more, like, comedy based, and I still like doing that. Like, this recent video, there's a bit of that in there. But, I think that the gnome video that I did was maybe a bit too comedic, so at some point I will make another one, I think. Miss the old SFK music. Yeah, completely agree. How am I preparing for Season of Discovery? Any plans for day one, like setting up alts, etc.? Well, I fortunately, months before this, almost as if I had a premonition, I got like 2 weeks of holiday booked off from work, starting on the night of the 1st. The only problem is that I'm at work on the 1st, and then that evening I'm going out with some of my friends to the pub. The most English thing ever. So I'm not going to be playing WoW on the 1st. But on the 2nd, I take Louisa to her work Christmas do, and then I'll have some time. So from the 2nd, I've got like 10 days completely clear. So it's just going to be Season of Discovery, Discovery all the way. In terms of alts, I haven't thought about it like that. You know, level 25 is the cap. I'm going to start with... I'm still not 100% sure I'm going to play. It's probably going to be a rogue, though, because I know that's something I won't get bored of. So I'm going to make my rogue and get it to 25 and then see where I'm at after that. Any idea what server I'll go on? I know the RP PvP server is coming out, and I think that's where old school Grobulus Horde will go. To be honest with you, I think RP PvP would be great, because that's kind of part of what I do on the channel. I love the idea of combining the content that's in the game with the content that players make. So that's probably a good place for me. I will be also doing a guild. I don't know if you all know about this, but I'm going to be doing a community guild. So if you're playing, I think it's going to be Horde, but if you're playing Horde EU, which I assume some of you are, I know a lot of you are in the new world, so to speak. If you want to join, just give me a whisper. The character will be called Vulgrin. I also have another idea for Season of Discovery that I'm going to tell you about when I come back. I'm going to go for a short break for 5. But I have another idea about some content, really ambitious, that I've been really looking forward to putting out for Season of Discovery on this channel. And I'm really excited. And I'll share that with you in just a minute. But for now, stretch your legs, get a drink. We are making it to level 10. We're not that far off. Have a bit of a dance. And I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you've all had something to drink. Stretch your legs. See that Harmon has left. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, Harmon, if you see the VOD. Don't know if they call them VODs on YouTube. Thank you very much, man. It was really good talking to you. Some great ideas and some great discussion about SOD. I won't forget that I have Bubble. I need to use Bubble at least once. If we don't have a clutch Bubble moment, then we're not playing a Paladin. Mr. Mexico is willing to come to the dark side for the guild. But if you are in Mexico, surely the latency would be so bad that you would essentially be playing a mage even if you weren't, because you'd be blinking all over the place. you know what I mean? And Santec, thanks for coming along, man. Really appreciate talking to you. Really appreciate you coming in. Great stuff, man. There definitely will be more streams in the future and more videos. So thank you very much. Common sense, you're in Straya. You guys are going to have the best time in the world, though, to be fair. In Australia, because you guys are just going to have your own server, right? It's just going to be a load of crazy Australians and New Zealanders. They're running around. Demolishing the game. I can imagine Australia and New Zealand being a very alliance-based area as well. I'm not sure why, but I can picture you guys being big on the alliance. Trick says, I'm US. You should still be able to join the server. Might ping. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to be on the EU servers, but if anyone on the US does want to join just for fun, just for a chat or whatever, no problems. Is it really hardcore if you're playing a paladin? Oh, it's not like we're playing a hunter, okay? It could be worse, and to be fair, I know not... Like, I haven't played a paladin since 2008. So, just saying. Submitting guild name, even if one hasn't been thought of already for simple alteration, Vulgrin's Vanguard. I don't want to put myself in the name. I already feel bad about the idea of being the guild master. I've been guild master of guilds before, and it's just such an ego trip. And I don't want it, and I don't want people to think that if I'm like not online because I'm busy working on a video, that they shouldn't be in the guild. Do you know what I mean? I want people to be in the guild because they enjoy being in the guild, if that makes sense. I was going to call it Discovery Channel, because it's Season of Discovery.
Well met.
I can sell these now, I don't need them. I've moved beyond such primitive meals. Right. How far off are we, skill-wise? We're only skill 6. Come on, man, I want to make some sausages. Some of these things. Beer-basted boar ribs. Ever watch 2 vanilla WoW Paladins duel? You'll need to resub to see it finish. That's a really good joke. The best joke I've heard about WoW, though, was the one that EVE Online players used to make back in the day because they thought that WoW was like a total pleb tier MMO. They used to say, whenever an EVE player leaves the game and joins World of Warcraft, the IQ of both player bases increases. No, the IQ of both player bases decreases. Sorry, fuck it, I've messed it up. It's like, yeah. I can't remember what it was. It was like whenever an EVE player leaves to play WoW, the IQ of both games decreases or something like that. I can't remember the joke exactly, but it was very funny when not being told by me. Right, okay, I need, It's just a nickname. Oh, you're not actually from Mexico? Right, I need to get a new weapon. I suggest we go on a quick quest to Ironforge to see what we can get, either on the auction house. You can use the auction house, right? In hardcore? Yeah, that was it. If an EVE player leaves to join WoW, the IQ of both games increases. Obviously, the insinuation being that only the stupid EVE players would leave to play WoW. See, I'm a WoW player, so I'm too stupid to even get the joke. Yeah, it's the same for me. Same for me, Daxian. Like, I could never get into Eve. I'm just not that much of a fan of space sims. And I think that if you're going to play Eve, you have to be a fan of space sims. I love the emergent content, and I think it's the perfect sandbox game, and a lot of that is because it is a space sim. But I would love to have a fantasy game with a similar level of simulation, backstabbing, stuff like that. Look at Ironforge, men. Look at that. Does it get better than that in a game? Have I got my... Whoa. That's a bit weird. No. I put a weird overlay on my screen. Oh. Okay. Hint to self, never press Alt-Z again on this computer because it does some weird AMD overlay. And now I'm stuck. Let's not do that again. That's how I'm going to die. I bet we survive, you know, all of this stuff, and then we die falling down a hill. Oh well, back round we go. I need to get a new hammer before we take on the trolls. Let's treat it like a paladin quest. Oh, but I was going to tell you guys the idea I have for Season of Discovery content, wasn't I? Yeah, I was going to tell you guys this idea. And some of you have left just before I was about to say it, so hey, you guys missed out. I am going to do a video series called The Book of Discovery. And I'm going to do one episode for each of the phases of the game. And it is going to be a chronicle of the Season of Discovery. I am going to chronicle how it went, how the launch went, what the players reacted to, what interesting builds were created, what interesting wars and fights took place. Hopefully, all of the interesting things that happen in an MMO that make this kind of game unique. And I am going to put it all into a long sort of like documentary style series for each of the 4 phases called The Book of Discovery. Episode, like chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it's going to open with like a little animated sequence, if I can do it right, with my little undead bard character that I'm going to make is like the avatar for the channel. Kind of like the beginning, if I can do it right, of the Disney Robin Hood, where the book opens and there's the rooster. It's going to be a bit like that. That's how it's going to open. And then it's going to be recounting the story of Season of Discovery. And I'm really excited. I'm a bit worried, a bit scared that I'm not going to be able to pull it off. But if I do pull it off, man, hype. I would rather be known for that kind of thing than anything else. A humble chronicler. Well, hopefully you guys like the idea. I mean, it's all going to come down to presentation, isn't it? It's all going to come down to, you know, how it comes out. Right. Timberline Arms. He's got a big axe. That's what I want to see. The Ironforge music, man. How cool is this? Never ceases to amaze me. See if anyone's online. They're not. Right, okay. Maces and staves. And we can't use any of them. What? Level 9. Oh, we don't have the silver for it, but that would be massive. That would actually be massive. That's like double damage. Don't fall into the lava in the centre. Yeah, I'll try not to. I don't want to spend all my silver. I've only got 10. I feel like the poorest man in Poor Town. Yeah, everything costs a bomb. I feel like I've just teased myself. I've just seen what I could get, but can't. Yeah, I could. I know. I'm tempted to get 2-handed axes. That's probably going to be very useful, but it's a bit of a shame, actually. Wanted to buy something. Back to Karanos, then, I guess. Music here is just lovely, isn't it? Right. How much on the AH? Let's give that a try, shall we? Let's have a look. It's going to surely be more. Let's have a look. 2-handed maces. Right, well, we're in the golds at the moment, which isn't real good. Scroll right down to the end. There's loads of stuff on here. Ooh, that's big. Oh, Spike Club of Strength. We could bid on it and then come back tomorrow. Ooh. 2 spirit, 2 strength, 9 damage. Boom. I'm taking it. Oh no, you can only bid on it? Lame. 2 stamina, 2 strength, Spike Club of the Bear. I'm going with this, dudes. Maybe not suboptimal, but... Hey, Cracked, welcome back, man. We're at level 8. We're nearly level 9. We haven't died. We came very close. I don't know if you were still around. We came very close to dying in Frostmane Hold, but I made it out. Here we go. Oh, yes. I mean, it's not very impressive. It's not much to write home about, but that's a massive increase. We've gone from having a 3.2 DPS weapon to a 9 DPS weapon. You love to see it. About to kill Vagash soon. I haven't done any of the quests on that side of the map yet. It might be a good idea to do so, actually. Especially because it's less of a run. Yeah. That's going to be good. We're probably going to pick one up off a mob, like, straight after this, aren't we? One's going to drop immediately after. Yeah, I think that maybe Vagash at level 9. I'd like to get to level 10 and then, like, you know, park it for the night and we can pick up next time, because that way, at least we're ending on a positive note and you guys have something to look forward to, like, you know, when we die immediately to Vagash. So, we'll see. See Blackrock Mountain from here. Big damage indeed. Big damage. Whoa! See, that's what you get for picking up your drink whilst trying to navigate with one hand. Okay. Where do we go then? Do we go and finish off the... I'm going to finish off the Frostmane stuff. I'm just going to do it. Go back into the Cave of Peril. And we need to return to this guy as well at the depot. Let's do that, because that way we might actually get close to level 9. Closer we are to level 9, the better. So I know at some point we're going to have one of those clutch moments where the level up saves you. It's going to happen. Right, where's our man? What's our skill like now? Because we... 200 maces at 34k, it's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Great to meet you.
We'll just take this because it will sell for the most, I think. Oh wow, we're actually really close to level 9 now. And there's a quest here that I didn't even see.
What can I get for you today? Watch your back.
Bring this ammo to... Where? Off the roll to Anvilmar. Is this the guy that's like here? Is he like here? Because I ain't going there. I ain't doing that. Nope. If that guy's where I think he is, I ain't doing it. You ready for Big Pump in Sod? Hello, Tharius. Welcome, man. Big Pump. What is Big Pump? Should I know what this is? Is this a meme? Is this a paladin meme? Because I'm not a habitual paladin player. Is there one in the house? A quest in the house? I thought you were asking, is there a big pump in the house? Let's go and have a look. We'll have a look and see. Just constantly doubling back on myself. Big damage. Big damage! I feel like there's going to be rep paladins running around like the giant dad meme from Dark Souls. 10 stamina. 60 strength. Father mask. Ring of fire and protection.
Hi.
Okay, we don't want that one. No quest down here. Maybe in this one? The ammo quest is the one where you take the ammo from the camp near the Yeti Cave and then take it to the guy on the road. Yeah, am I right in thinking, Darius, though, that it's the guys that are on the road if you were heading out of the very earliest starting area? Because, like, I'm not down for that.
What's on your mind?
It says, sent it... Lost on the way. Courier said that he was camped near to the Grizzled Den and went to go chase him away and left it behind. Can you get that ammo? Take it to Rumble Shot. He's been waiting low. Oh, why not? It's XP, right? It's XP. So, near to the Grizzled Den, so... We can maybe do a loop. Maybe loop around, right? Grizzled Den and then go up to Frostmane. Whereabouts near to the Grizzled Den? Is it inside? Camped near it. Oh, I know where it is. It is the little camp, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. World of Giant Dad Craft, absolutely. Prepare the base cannon. I love that meme so much, man. Dark Souls 1. Again, like, PvP in original Dark Souls, aside from being god-awful, it was one of those rare instances of online gaming where it's just the players make... They make the content, you know? And I love that. That's why I love these games. There we go. Yeah, I guess it is near the road. We just go up there, yeah. See, look, I've never noticed this detail before. Look at this, guys. On the Stein, there's a tiny little image. Oh! Alright, dude. You can't watch it without me burning my bum, but on the Stein, there's a tiny little image of of Ironforge. Or like a dwarf mountain hold. Makes me think of Dwarf Fortress. Right. I think he's up here, isn't he? If I remember correctly, he's up here. With his boys. Just over here, this bit, I think. I can't wait to club some innocent wildlife to death with this weapon. I know it's a bit of a dark fantasy, but this mace, we've just spent our life savings on it. It's like putting a deposit down on a house. I've got to try it out. I just have to. Yeah, it's this guy here. I just have to try it out. Low level mob. Let's go. Oh, yes. Wow. It's like we Oppenheimered him. Locked and loaded. I'm your shooter.
What's on your mind?
There we go.
See you soon.
Oh, we are very close to level 9. Players make the content. Can't wait for faction roadblocks in Ashenvale where they prevent the opposing faction from entering BFD without payment first. Yeah, this is it, man. Some people will complain about that, but I love that stuff. I remember being sat in Korrik's Revenge, the revamped AV dungeon raid. What am I on about? The revamped battleground that they bring back for the anniversary. I remember being sat in a single Korrik's Revenge for 5 hours. Think about that. I mean, I don't know if it was that long, but it was hours. Stay and watch them. Alright, just because you asked, I'll go back. I'll go back. It's too late, isn't it? I missed it. Have I missed it? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be playing a rogue, so you know I'm going to be... You see, I'm kind of torn between my... sorry, man. Do they fire off a mortar? Is that it?
This is my boomstick.
Is that it? This is my boomstick. Right, okay. Well, it was worth it for that at least. Yeah. Fire! Yeah, see, I'm always torn as a rogue player between being my inner nature and wanting to be a nice guy because of the content creation. Like, I don't want to kill other players. And then they flame me in my own video chat saying, you're a horrible person who kills level aligned players in Ashenvale. They do actions like ACD, TNT, and they fire the mortar. Oh, right, sorry. I'll maybe come back there another time. I'm sorry, there's a chat delay. I'm sorry, guys. There's a chat delay, so I don't see what you're typing until a little after. I have to remember I've got Hammer of Justice as well. Let's grab as much boar meat as we can so we can cook. Let him cook. Got one question for you all. Are you ready to get our revenge? These trolls backed us into a corner, literally. And they forced me to Hearthstone out. I had to Hearthstone out like a little child, like a scared child. And I'm ready for some vengeance. These trolls have had the temerity to exist in Dwarven lands. I'm going to be playing an Orc Rogue. My friend's going to be an Orc Hunter. We will disproportionately target gnomes and disrespect the Geneva Conventions. You're that kind of Orc, eh? Oh, look at this. Yeah, we needed that weapon. Yeah, we're like 4 hitting mobs our level. This is what I wanted to see. Be careful, we have no potions. Yes, we do have no potions. I'll bear that in mind. We do, though, have Hammer of Justice, Stoneform, Divine Protection. So, hopefully, we'll be alright. And to be fair, all I need to do is kill 1 Headhunter. So, we should be okay. It's all I need to do. And the Headhunters are outside. Turn on the Doom music. Yeah, I've got a 2-handed mace and I'm a paladin. It's about to get south. Things are about to get nasty. Okay, this is the guy that we want to fight. It's level 9, so if we take out his mate first, can. I love the bonk. The bump. Oh, I missed it. Come on. Oh, I like the baseball bat swings and then just the pop on the head. Okay, let's try it. See how we go. Yeah, no, we're so much stronger with this mace. Yeah, this is going to do us well. I think we'll make it to Loch Modan now, guys. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so that's that quest done. And we need the Shimmerweed. Is the Shimmerweed inside from the Frostmane Seers? Okay, so that's on the hill overlooking the thing. Cool. I'm going to kill some wildlife and get to level 9 before doing this part of the quest. God, long, slow swings of this mace. Yeah, can drop from the Seers and I can loot it. Good stuff. One more kill, I think, should take us to where we want to get to. Bonk. We still take a lot of damage. We need some better gear. Now, that's our next thing. We do take a lot of damage. Oh, bloody hell. In ages. There we go, level 9. Level 9, we're getting there. Right. See you later, Mr. Mexico. Really appreciate you coming in, man. It was really good chatting to you. Peace out. Enjoy yourself. Adios yourself. Right. We're nearly there, guys.
What can I get for you today?
Sell off this stuff. I'm going to even sell my little one-handed hammer and shield, because we can get better ones. We've already recouped almost all of the money that we spent on this mace, so that's a good start, to be honest. And the Shimmerweed quest, and then Frostmail Hold. I'm really worried about the Shimmerweed quest. I am concerned. I am a little bit concerned that it's going to be chaos, shall we say. Fight our way there, why not? Yeah, we're doing a lot better now. See how we do fighting too. Oh, massive hits. Massive. Okay, right. Strong. Strong. Common sense. I'm a bit hesitant to say that I'll be getting gold anytime soon. I think that if I make it to a gold with this character, then I'll be blown away. If this character survives till the launch of Season of Discovery, I will be amazed. Right, okay, so we don't want to go in there. We do want to go up here. Only crits. Let's get our buffs up. We are looking for Seers. And Shimmerweed. Ooh, that's good. We've got friends. We might be able to just steal it. I know it's not very noble of a paladin to do that, but we might be able to do it. I'm going to rush in. Let's use Hammer of Justice to great effect, interrupting key spells. Oh, yeah, we're going to be fine here. We're going to be fine here, guys. We've got these guys... Oh. I want to rob that person. Yeah, we're going to be fine, guys. I think what we need to do, though, is make sure that we stay well back, because when these guys respawn, they will respawn hard and fast. And in a massive clump, I'm sure of it. Well, everyone's farming at the moment. We might actually just get all of the stuff we need before any of these dudes even respawn. That would be... That would be a clutch moment, wouldn't it? I always loved these drums, by the way, where it's got like the troll face imprinted on the side. Really love that touch. Sometimes you can do a lot with low def textures. You really can. Yeah, I mean, my friends have gone, so I'm starting to get a bit edgy. There's one more to get. Hopefully these guys don't respawn in the next 10 seconds. And let's run. Run for our lives. Run for our lives. Hard, fast, massive club. Sounds exhilarating. Yep. After you've had a particularly offensive curry. Billy Club, what's that now? 3.9, that would have been okay. Little upgrade. What's this down here? Battered chest in the cave. Ooh. Is that Karanos and that's Brunel village? Okay. Do we greedily go in the cave in search of gold? I think we do. Well, I've proven my point at this point. Like, I was concerned that I wouldn't make it past level 8. At this point, I think we're going to make it to level 10. What's in the chest? Let's hope for some potions. I can hide behind the chest, I'm not small. Yes! Ooh, what was that, a sledge? Ah, that's not very good. Yeah, that's what we want, though. 1 potion. Useful. Yeah, I'm more concerned about the respawning mobs than I are about the actual mobs themselves. It's the idea of a load of them respawning. Also, is there anything more vanilla than this? A lone dwarf fishing out on the ice. Love to see it. Food, yeah. I mean, I've got quite a lot of food, to be fair. I've got these 4 boar sausages, and I'll be able to make more boar sausages soon enough. Right, okay. I need bags. If there'd been a bag in there, I would have traded it for the potion at this point, because it's killing us, the lack of bag space. Especially because I'm looking around all of these ribs, because I'm hoping I'm going to be able to make more of these sausages soon. But I'm a little bit off that yet. Right, hand in the quest. To sell some stuff. In fact, I'm going to sell first in case she gives us something.
I've the finest wares in the land.
Big sales. I'm going to sell the malachite too, because I don't have any professions yet. I'll keep the linen cloth. That might be useful on the AH.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
A goat fur cloak.
What's your beck?
And take the barrel of sugar stout to Mountaineer Barley Blue. Okay, so we're already getting quests taking us to Lochmadan. I think, guys, I am going to get us back to Karanos. Hand in the quest. And I know we're not level 10, and I said I would be, but I think I'm going to call it, because it's getting pretty late. And I am conscious that I have a girlfriend waiting in the other room, wondering what the hell I'm doing, shouting about shimmer weeds and trolls and stuff like that. We made it. We survived. We didn't just survive either, guys. I think we thrived. We learnt a lot today. About streaming and about paladins. Most of all, we learnt about friendship. See? Now I'm talking like a retail player. Swing so slow. We'll walk it back, guys. We'll walk it back. We'll get safe and sound. Oh, thanks. I'm really glad that you've enjoyed it, honestly. I think that this is a really good place to build from because, you know, a lot of people who've been in the stream seem to have enjoyed it, seem to be wanting to come back soon. And, what is that chest doing under there? I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people seem to want to come back for the next one, which I'll do in a few days' time. And hopefully we can just build and get a nice little thing going here. I'm going to stick with YouTube for now. I know that Twitch is an option, unless you guys think it's a really good idea for me to switch over to Twitch. I think YouTube works fine. And yeah, build this into the content. Look at Ironforge from here. How cool is that? Look at that. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We'll hand in our quest. Hand in our quests to Senior Whitebeard. And then we'll park up in the inn.
You got my attention.
What will we take? We'll take the buckler.
Watch your back.
And he wants us to go to Ironforge, so that's what we'll be doing next time.
Can I get for you?
Hop over to Ironforge. Right. And there we are. Well, my friends. Let's get the dance on the go. It's been really fun. I've had a great night. You've all been amazing. It's been really fun chatting to you all about Season of Discovery, the future of the game, and all other things. Everything from Resident Evil to bad curries. Very good stuff. I think that for a first stream it went as well as I could have hoped and more. And I will be doing more very soon. For those of you who are about to go to bed, thank you for staying up and have a nice sleep. For those of you starting your day, have a fantastic weekend and a fantastic day. And I will see you very soon. And of course, my friends, until next time, bye-bye.